Good afternoon. Once again, we are meeting by teleconference. It's the fourth Tuesday of the month, so this is a regular meeting of your Santa Monica City Council for Tuesday, October 27th, 2020. Today would have been my father's 110th birthday. Tonight might be the first time the Dodgers won a World Series in 32 years, but it's not time for Dodger baseball. We have work to do. So would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember McCowan,
Here.
Councilmember Himmerich, Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Winter,
Here.
Councilmember Hara,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Present.
and did Councilmember Himmerich come back?
I'm here. Can you hear me, Denise?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, Mayor McCune.
I'm here. I think we're all here. I'm not exactly sure. I didn't hear everybody, but I believe we have 7 council members present. We can begin our meeting. First item on our agenda, as usual, is closed sessions. If the clerk would please call that.
Okay, we have closed sessions and we currently have no callers. We have anticipated litigation, and this is threats of litigation by SMD Broadway Group, LP, NMS 14277 LLC, NMS 1539 LLC, and NMS 1548 LLC. And this is related to application of residential leasing requirements in New Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 6.22. Next, we have another anticipated litigation. This is a threat of litigation by Held Properties as a result of property damage to Santa Monica Medical Center. Then we have an existing litigation. It's Kendrick Azupik versus the City of Santa Monica. And then the last one we have is the existing litigation, Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya versus the City of Santa Monica. And again, you have no callers for this.
Well, let's just double check that while the items are being announced, nobody called in. Can we double check that?
Yes, there's no callers.
Okay, so we'll open and close the public hearing. That was short. We will now prepare to adjourn to closed session. Let me turn to the interim city attorney. How long do you think it'll take?
I believe we'll be back by 6:30.
Okay, so expect us back at 6:30. That should be somewhere in the 4th or 5th inning. We'll see you then. Welcome back to your Santa Monica City Council meeting, Tuesday, October 27th, 2020. We've been out in closed session. We've now returned. I'll ask our interim city attorney to report out on closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. On items 1A and 1D, the matters were heard with no reportable action taken. On item 1B, Held Properties, Inc. alleges that a commercial property it owns and manages, Santa Monica Medical Center located at 2001 Santa Monica Boulevard, was damaged by a city RRR truck when the truck entered the covered driveway with the forks of the truck up instead of down. The city does not admit the allegations made in the claim, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, the city attorney recommends settlement in the amount of $29,728.33.
Move settlement. Second.
Okay, that settlement has been moved by Councilmember Davis, the second by Councilmember Winterer, and seeing no request for discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that settlement is approved by a unanimous 7-0 vote of the council. And we have one other, I believe.
On item 1C, the incident at issue arose when Santa Monica Police Department officers responded to a call regarding a bar fight and possible shots fired. Arriving officers detained the plaintiff as he attempted to leave the scene. Plaintiff alleges in his lawsuit that in doing so, the officers used excessive force and that this was the result of faulty policies and inadequate training and supervision. The city does not admit the allegations made in the lawsuit, but after mediation, to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, the city attorney recommends settlement in the amount of $437,500.
Move settlement.
I'll second that. So we have a settlement moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Mayor McKeown, myself. See no discussion on that. The clerk would call the roll.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that settlement also is approved by a 7-0 unanimous vote of the City Council. That concludes our closed session business for the evening and moves us on to item 2.
Item 2A is City Manager Report, update on economic recovery, and there are no callers for this item.
And that'll be a presentation beginning, I would assume, with Interim City Manager Lane Dilk.
Thank you, Council, and I apologize. I see Deputy City Manager Anuj Gupta here.
Yes. Lee, did you want to open it, or should I take it away?
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Anuj Gupta, Deputy City Manager here, along with my outstanding colleagues, Jennifer Taylor, our Economic Development Manager, and Peter James, the Chief Operations Officer of our Public Works Department. It is my privilege to present to the Council and the community tonight an update on the work of our city's Economic Recovery Task Force. So 7 months into this public health emergency and community crisis, here we stand, as well as 6 months into the work of our Economic Recovery Task Force. And I think it's safe to say that none of us necessarily imagined that we would be here this long into this public health emergency and this economic and community crisis. But here we are. And what we bring to you tonight is an update on many of the projects and initiatives that we have shared with you previously. Some of the important and exciting new developments that we have to unveil and that we've rolled out over the last few months. And also a preview of the road ahead, recognizing that clearly we are facing a long-term public health crisis and the long-term economic challenges that have resulted, and and a long road ahead, but a lot of progress to report this evening. And to that end, I am pleased to share that through the tremendous dedication and hard work of city staff across nearly every department, the flexibility and creativity of our many, many community partners, and really above all, the resilience and the resolve and the spirited goodwill of our businesses and residents, that we have much, much good news, success, and progress to share in tonight's report. And what you see before you this evening, Council, is a slide that just illustrates the breadth and variety of our economic recovery efforts that you'll hear about tonight. Anything from transforming a couple of our major commercial corridors, Main Street and Ocean Avenue, one which is complete and one which is in the works, through our to our business assurance program that is helping provide our businesses with the tools they need to reopen safely and provide patrons with the assurance that they need to know that they can support those businesses safely, to interim zoning ordinances, which the council has approved and that we're moving forward, a number of partnerships with outreach and other organizations to ensure that our residents know and our businesses know how to operate safely, how to continue to support our businesses, and a number of just creative and flexible uses, from uses of outdoor space, uses of our parks, our parking lots, and another thing that you'll hear a lot about tonight is some fundamental support for the basic needs of our most vulnerable community members, including our food pantry, our emergency rental housing assistance program, and a number of other efforts. So this is just a reminder of the 5 tracks of work that we have organized the Economic Recovery Task Force around. We continue to move forward, and you'll hear about this evening, our business retention and reopening efforts, our business processes and permitting costs, which have included a number of fee waivers or reduced fees in this challenging time to support businesses be able to reopen flexibly and creatively. Our community and economic development efforts, our outreach and communications, which has, again, included a tremendous partnership with many of our key city partners, and our efforts to align federal, state, and philanthropic resources to support recovery. So just, to echo a point that you'll hear a number of times this evening, so much of what we have been able to do successfully as a city is also as a result of the tremendous work of our partners. Our traditional business and community partners, from the Chamber of Commerce to our travel and tourism, the Peer and Peer Corporation and all the peer stakeholders, downtown Santa Monica, our business improvement districts, our Buy Local campaign, and also some new partners or partners that we've expanded our partnerships with, including LAEDC and many others. It's been a tremendous success story in that regard, and represents a whole lot of work across a number of stakeholders in our city. So with that, I will hand it off to our Economic Development Manager, Jennifer Taylor. Thanks, Jennifer.
Right. Thank you, Anuj. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to stay on this slide for a minute because this just shows the extent of our outreach committee and the partnerships underway. So everything from working with the chamber to help to communicate that we are open for business, in terms of both new business activity and business retention efforts. The Santa Monica Travel Tourism created this fantastic video series it's on social media right now about reminding our residents about now's the time to buy local. We need your help more so than ever to support our local businesses. DTSM with their staff and ambassadors, working with the Santa Monica Cares toolkit, the business toolkit in terms of putting signage throughout the downtown district around reminding people to wear face masks and social distancing, and great partnerships working with our bids and the Peer Corporation around marketing promotion events such as the Peer Card traction to help to drive activity and support to our businesses. And I also wanted to mention our regional partnerships. So we've been working closely with the LA County Small Business Development Center and the LA Economic Development Corporation, who've been crucial partners in terms of providing one-on-one business support to our businesses, and everything from accessing federal funding support with loans and grants to just one-on-one around working with their landlords and providing assistance on that. And Pepperdine Strauss Institute has been another great partner. On to next slide, please. We have our website, which I know we talked about at the last presentation, and this is just a great the Economic Recovery website overview of the amount of traction it's getting. Specifically, we're really excited about one of the most popular pages is our spotlight on our Black-owned businesses. And so it's really great to be able to celebrate our community's diversity amongst our business community and just remind people about all these wonderful, unique businesses we have here in Santa Monica. And we continue to work with our outreach committee on engaging with our businesses through weekly business email blasts that are reaching over 10,000 businesses. That's important updates from federal, state, county updates, as well as city updates. This is a great map that has evolved from a COVID map to basically Santa Monica's open for business on our SMTT's website. And this just shows all the safe, COVID safe shopping opportunities from businesses that are offering senior hours as well as curbside pickup and delivery services. So it continues to evolve. Again, the partners have been critical about local business specials, promoting the Santa Monica Cares Business Toolkit to all of our businesses and partners. We're now getting ready to gear up for the holidays, obviously about think local first and buy local for the holidays, and that's been great. Since we last spoke to you, we're getting ready for this launch, and now we're excited to say that the Santa Monica Shines COVID Assurance Program is up and running. This has been a phenomenal partnership between Santa Monica College, Arrow Up, which is a Santa Monica tech company, so we're definitely prioritizing local procurement, as well as Sustainable Works and SMTT and the city. Anush spoke to this briefly. It's an online platform that our businesses can take to sign a pledge. It shows they're reopening safely under all the county guidelines and then basically exceeding guidelines with a Sustainable Works site visit. It's an example of one of our businesses that recently got the Shine seal, and she's proudly displaying on her business. A lot of businesses are registered. A lot of employees are going through the program. Continues to grow, and all different size businesses, so restaurants, hotels. I was just speaking with Barker Hanger today. They're in the process of going through this, so it's great to see. And this is adding to customer assurance that we're safe and we're open. And one other thing on that is the outreach committee has been working closely with the Santa Monica Daily Press on a 10-week Santa Monica Shine series. This has been distributed to 17,000 readers daily, and it's really around driving awareness about our collective economic recovery efforts and spotlighting around our different business sectors, from outdoor dining to fitness to spotlights on childcare, and that's going to be running through the end of this month. The business reopening group has been super, super busy, really working with our businesses to support their reopening and really helping them to survive during these incredibly challenging times. So we're seeing all kinds of great fitness well-being activities outdoors, as that's the only option right now for our fitness businesses, everywhere from rooftops to parking decks, parking lots. This is a partnership with DTSM, utilizing the Fifth Street in Arizona parking lot and the Pure Corporation with temporary fitness zones. These zones are prioritized. They're only for our existing Santa Monica fitness operators to utilize, and it's been working great, and it's just helping them to stay open. And I have a feeling this will be continuing for a long time to come, even when they're allowed to open inside. Revenue generation is obviously incredibly important, and we're looking at every opportunity to support business as well as help drive revenue for our city. Obviously, filming is huge industry here in LA, so I'm proud to say we're back open for business for filming now and working closely with Film LA to support a lot of our entertainment sector businesses operating here. Restaurants, we've been doing a lot to help facilitate their safe outdoor operations, whether it be on private property, as here on Main Street at the Victorian, utilizing sidewalks for sidewalk dining, as well as parklets. These are all examples of how we've been able to leverage city assets to support our businesses, and through a no-cost permit program that the permit's free and the fees have been waived so that they can stay afloat. It's not just about restaurants, also supporting personal services, whether it be, this is a nail salon operating on Main Street outside. Next slide, please. As well as fitness, and this is also on the Main Street with the parklets, which is great because the sidewalks aren't wide enough. The City Economic Recovery Fund set aside money to help fund parklet materials. First, a shout out to Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. So they took the lead in identifying the safety materials for temporary parklets, and we were really pleased to basically work in partnership with them to expand this for citywide. And we have 15 parklets that the city's helped to fund with free materials, ombudsman to help set it up throughout Santa Monica, including on Ocean Park Boulevard and side streets off of Lincoln and Montana Avenue. Next. Main Street al fresco, this continues to just be extremely popular and really helps to activate the Main Street district. It's really fun to see how the businesses are utilizing the areas in front of their business to personalize them and really drive activity. Main Street Merchants Association recently did a survey of their members to get the finger on the pulse of whether they felt that the parklets and the alfresco program has helped Main Street. As you can see, overwhelmingly, the answer was yes. They asked a second question about whether we should keep the new parklets, and again, overwhelming yes. And this is beyond just the emergency orders. There's lots of interest throughout our city for businesses discovering the benefits of our operating outdoors here in Santa Monica. We look forward to continuing to work with. This is a great map. This shows where we started. So pre-COVID, city has an outdoor dining license agreement program. So this shows a distribution of our outdoor dining that was approved pre-COVID. And then through our temporary use of public property permits, we continued to pivot and expand. And then the yellow dots show the private temporary use of private parking. What I also like about this map is you can see Pico Boulevard, Ocean Park Boulevard, and the eastern edge. Those areas, traditionally, those restaurants haven't been able to utilize outdoor dining because the sidewalks have been too narrow. So we've been working, obviously, with them all to pivot to use public and private property to help. And then this diagram just shows the diversity of businesses that these temporary outdoor use programs are helping to support. Majority being restaurants, but also personal services and more. Coming soon, so we're excited to announce that the West Side Cycle Track on Ocean Avenue is underway. They're actually going to be starting construction next week. It's going to take about 2 to 3 weeks. So by Thanksgiving, this part of Ocean Avenue will be all complete. What we're excited about is showing just the city continuing to invest in the infrastructure, helping to continue to support economic activity, and while continuing mobility priorities. And then on the east side of the street, we have the East Side Boardwalk on Ocean Avenue. So this is an example, not clearly in Santa Monica, but we are looking to basically build out this boardwalk, a boardwalk like this, but it'll be much bigger, on pockets of Ocean Avenue, and it'll in effect widen the sidewalk, and it will allow the restaurants along these locations to expand their outdoor dining on the original sidewalk area. It's also going to help address some issues that we've been working with through the LA County Department of Public Health of keeping pedestrians separated from the diners so that people don't have to walk through busy outdoor dining areas to navigate. So this is currently our mobility team, and our Public Works Architectural Service team has been very busy moving this process forward as fast as possible. Architectural Services is finalizing the designs this week. We have a third-party contractor that has been selected and is on standby. And the timing will just depend on procuring the materials. There are some delays in sourcing materials because of COVID and shortages. So this is lagging a bit behind the west side, but is coming up quickly. And along the way, I have to say, a lot of our restaurants on Ocean Avenue, we've been working with them to allow for parklets and sidewalk dining. So there's lots of activations on Ocean where we're supporting our restaurants and working with DTSM, but this will obviously continue to help. And then the other thing is we're in the process of creating some outdoor dining guidelines for the winter. So accommodating whether it be additional heat lamps and some measures that our businesses can easily put in place. And with that, I will turn it over to Peter, who's going to talk about the work of our other committees under the economic.
Thank you, Jennifer, and good evening, Mayor, Council, and to our viewers at home. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes of your time to provide some insight into a few process changes and some programs that have come out of the economic recovery effort. These have largely been directed at reducing costs and time spent dealing with the city. I'll also be updating you on the community development efforts in the arenas of rent relief, food security, jobs, skills, training, and empowerment before closing out this presentation with a view towards what Council can anticipate coming before them in the near future. So let's just start with some of the more mechanical elements of our recovery effort. The slide before you shows 5 process improvements that have really helped bring relief to the business community in one way or another. And taken as a whole, demonstrate how the various cogs of our city machine are working in unison to make that regulatory experience a breeze. Over the past several months, our process design group has moved many applications online and have truncated the review cycle in order to allow for same-day approvals of many things like parklets, sidewalk and parking lot sales, group fitness classes, and many more. We've created new permits from scratch that directly address the need for those activities, for most of those activities to occur outside, so folks can quickly and without cost apply to and receive an approval to run classes on our pier, on our beach, or in our parks, and on other city lands such as that parking lot that Jennifer mentioned at 5th in Arizona. We've also perfected our temporary use permit process, which is really the key to unlocking that right-of-way or parking lot space that has become so critical to the restaurants over the past several months. And working with our planning department and city attorney's office, the interim zoning ordinance has been updated a few times, and in fact, it's coming to you again, I believe, November 9th, to make a few tweaks that will assist businesses on the pier. So that's sort of a living document that we bring back from time to time. And lastly, we've marshaled the resources to provide free landlord and tenant mediation support through a city partnership with the Strauss Institute for Dispute Resolution, hosted by Pepperdine College. So in our July update, we presented to you with some stats on the rental assistance program that we successfully launched to benefit 350 Santa Monica families. This program leveraged some dollars from the Economic Recovery Fund to administer over $1.5 million in subsidies. That program opened and closed in 10 days. So great was the demand. And tonight, directly after this item, you'll have before you a consent item to augment this program by an additional $1 million that can support around 200 extra families who are rent burdened at the moment. And this emergency rental assistance program has been a lifeline for many, a lot of them in the Pico neighborhood, and we are very fortunate to have the resources to direct this financial relief into our community. To date, the partnership between the city and the Westside Food Bank has allowed the Virginia Park Emergency Food Pantry to provide over 4,500 boxes of food to Santa Monica residents since it's first opened its doors in April. On average, that serves about 250 households weekly. And again, over half of those households that participate in this program are from the Pico neighborhood. Just a little bit of intel on how it works. The pantry serves families on Thursdays and Fridays weekly. And because of social distancing protocols, the pantry is by appointment only. No walk-ups are accepted. If anyone out there listening tonight would like access to this program, you can find information about it on our website, and we encourage you to do so. The Community and Economic Development Group has also successfully secured some seed funding to begin work on an incubator kitchen space at Virginia Avenue Park in the Thelma Terry building. There's an existing kitchen there that they're looking to retrofit. And the city's goal here is to provide a community-led commercial kitchen that's designed to provide equitable access and economic opportunity for local residents. And hopefully it will be an empowering catalyst for economic growth in the Pico neighborhood. We are looking at creating a kitchen that potentially has a partnership opportunity with Southern California Edison to be a fully electric kitchen, taking emissions off the table for this process. And so that's with Architecture Services right now, identifying the feasibility of concept and the community's desire to pilot that program. This group has also stood up a virtual entrepreneur series that, in addition to providing information about resources and skill training opportunities through multiple workshops, also attempts to match people interested in starting their own business. Our community development group has held webinars on what it takes to start a business, product ideation, creating a business plan, understanding sales. And they continue to work diligently on a local hire campaign, which is the flyer that you see on the screen to the right, working with partner agencies like Chrysalis, Hospitality Training Academy, and the JVS WorkSource. A lot of these webinars live online on YouTube, and we will update you if they host any more live sessions in the future. The Art of Recovery is another initiative that's coming out of our Cultural Affairs Division. This initiative is intended to harness the power of the arts in the city's recovery efforts. And it's really inspired by like a WPA era federal art project concept, funding artistic works and creative projects that strengthen and connect Santa Monicans. We're launching it with a pair of projects at two of the city's most notable locations. First is on Main Street, and here you can see a couple of samples. Local artists are already at work making the plain K-rail concrete safety dividers that line Main Street into colorful works of art, create a vibrant destination and corridor, and continue the evolution of the Al Fresco project. And then the second project that's currently underway is a project to celebrate Dia de los Muertos on the Santa Monica Pier and on the Promenade, and will feature larger-than-life sculptures by a Los Angeles-based artist named Ricardo Soltero. And you will see more of these art of recovery efforts continue to be rolled out across the city and throughout the coming year on a rolling basis. The role that new investment in our community plays is update, and we have some very large investments that are taking shape even as we navigate our way through the pandemic. As council will recall, the Miramar project was approved recently after a 10-year public process and promises to bring jobs, tax dollars, and community benefits to Santa Monica within the next few years. Next up will be the St. John's campus expansion, which I understand is scheduled for a January hearing. And sometime in the spring, the planning department anticipates bringing forward the Gary Partners designed hotel and mixed-use project on Ocean Avenue. And these projects, while they've been long discussed in our community for some time, are able to move forward because of the careful groundwork that was laid previous to the crisis. And we are very fortunate to have the continued commitment from these property owners. Almost done, folks. Thanks for your patience. The We Are Santa Monica Fund continues to grow through private donations that help provide critically needed funds to nonprofit organizations and to the city to help obtain necessary personal protection equipment, sanitization, medical supplies. Some of the funding goes to support the pantry at Virginia Avenue Park, to provide shelter to those in need and to support volunteer relief efforts. And we're currently running a holiday relief initiative called Give Thanks, which is currently underway, that provides groceries for Thanksgiving dinner, supporting those in need. And each $50 donated equates to one Thanksgiving dinner for a family. And for the final slide of this economic recovery update, we wanted to leave you with a preview of some of the potential conversations that we'll be having with you. And a little bit away from emergency response and all the many tactical efforts that we've launched since March, to contemplating how the pandemic has changed our views or shaped our perspectives on a number of fronts. As Jennifer mentioned earlier, we definitely anticipate the need to formalize a permanent parklet program, given that these parklets have absolutely saved dozens of businesses. And in addition, the community response has been overwhelmingly positive. We'd like to get some direction on the depth and scale of rent relief for tenants of city-owned property. The new temporary use of public and private permits are active only during the emergency. So we'd like to get a sense for where folks stand on the subject of codifying these permits permanently, as well as understanding where concerns lie with respect to using spaces that were originally conceived for parking or loading and have since been turned over to more active uses. And then lastly, to round off that list, the citywide fee study is about to launch, which is part of a routine cycle. I believe it's every several years we do a fee study. However, this time around, we've been through a pandemic where we've really reinvented a variety of city processes to make it easier and cheaper to do business in Santa Monica. And I think it's changed the calculus with respect to the prioritization of our local economic health over our previous position of 100% cost recovery. So we'd really like to take council's temperature about where to head with fees in the future. And I just want to thank you very much for the opportunity to fill up 25 minutes of your time with this update of all of our collective efforts. And believe me, it is absolutely a team effort. There are dozens of people working on this effort from all corners of the city, inside and out. So our thanks go out to all of them, and we welcome your thoughts and comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was a much longer presentation than we usually get as part of the city manager's report, but it is obvious, remarkable, and quite admirable how hard our city staff has been working to support Santa Monica residences and businesses through these difficult times. Mr. James, you asked for some direction from the staff, from the council, but this is not agendized as an action item. You're talking about feedback you hope you'll get from the council going forward. Is that correct?
That's right. We just wanted to set the table for you to let you know what we'll be coming back with, to plant those seeds in your heads, and when we're properly agendized, we will receive your direction.
With that understanding, before we move on to the consent calendar, are there any questions from council members on specific parts of this to the staff? Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with the mayor. Great work all around by everybody involved in this. There's been some tremendous successes, very impressive. I just have one question for Mr. James. Where would I find information on that tenant-landlord mediation program? I suspect that may be something that becomes important to a lot of our residents in the near term.
Yeah, I believe I will publish the link. It lives on our economic recovery page, likely going to be nested under the community member button. But I will certainly verify. I actually had a little bit of trouble finding it today when I was doing the research.
Mayor, or sorry, Councilmember, I can take that as well. We have done a press release and some social media around it, but we can certainly amplify that as we move forward. It's a partnership with Pepperdine Law School's Strauss Institute, and we've had a community forum last week that was attended by a few dozen residents and business owners, and I believe at least 10 businesses or residents have already signed up for mediation support through that, but we'd be more than happy to continue to amplify that.
Yeah, it'd be great to have the council have a direct link to that rather than having to wade through the website, because we do get queries. So that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, the follow-up to Councilmember Winter is concerned. I think actually quite a few of the many things that staff described to us tonight are going to be of interest to various people, and our website is sort of in transition right now. So I would hope that staff can make an extra effort to make it easy for people to find these resources that we're making available. Is there any one central place that people should go if they think they saw something tonight that they would like to follow up on but don't remember what department it was, for instance?
Certainly, Mayor, our web home for all of our economic recovery efforts is at santamonica.gov/economic recovery. That's santamonica.gov/economic recovery. And actually, as we were hearing this presentation tonight, our interim city manager asked us to further elevate a lot of this work, and I think it's a great opportunity. Even just the visuals, the photography that was collected for this presentation, just really is a demonstration, I think, of as Peter likes to say, that there is life out there. The fact that we have really vibrant streets, people dining outdoors, working out on the pier, and in the downtown is a demonstration of, the success of the efforts, but I think also the resilience of our business community and our residents. So we will definitely up our game in terms of making that very visible to the community on our website.
It's actually a bit awe-inspiring to see all of that at one time. I mean, we each perceive parts of it as we travel around town, but to know that this is happening everywhere in our city and in such depth and with such commitment, both from the city and from residents and businesses, I mean, that's just a really heartwarming presentation. So are there any further questions from staff? If not, there is one from Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Thanks. I actually have, I think, two questions. I want to say first, echoing what the mayor said, I just love this work that you're all doing, and am thoroughly impressed by seeing it pulled together in this way. The speed, the inclusivity of our businesses, the reporting of this in a comprehensive way is so valuable, and I think also has the potential to reflect a transition in our culture as a city team to figure out ways to support businesses that want to make for a better community in Santa Monica. And I think this has real long-term potential, as it has also addressed this near-term need that we faced in the crisis as we moved from sort of hand-wringing and into helping hands. I had the happy misfortune of walking through the 4th and 5th in Arizona parking lot during high time for the fitness classes, so I got to see just how activated they were. It was pretty fantastic. And so my question, though, this was born, of course, from the crisis, and in that crisis, we needed to take action immediately, and this demonstrates we did that. Have we thought about putting some goals around this? How do we measure our results against meaningful metrics for our business community and for our city? Because we're working towards both.
So, go ahead, Blaine.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, it's a very good question, and I'll turn to the Deputy City Manager as well if he wants to weigh in here. We are looking at that. We have looked very carefully at the framework and our budget process and how we continue to incorporate our belief in data-driven and performance-driven budget with our reduced with our reduced budget. We have less people. We can't do everything we used to do, but we have to maintain those values. Right now, internally, I am working with our leadership team using objectives and key results, which some of you may be familiar with, which simply help to align the organization around cross-departmentally, what are we trying to achieve. We will be back to you to decide whether that is the right tool or not, but what I want to assure you, you've seen a lot of efficiency in the work that's been in front of you, and what we are trying to do is find an efficient way to measure outcomes for the community. So not just outputs, not just what is staff doing and how hard are we working, and I want to assure you all it is incredibly hard. The people you have seen tonight, I'll take the moment to say you caught me double tasking earlier, and I apologize. We are all multitasking all the time, trying to move forward. The staff, the 3 individuals you saw tonight, mobility team who you will see later, they are working around the clock to try to support our businesses and partners and downtown Santa Monica and other things. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, we have to find a way to do it more efficiently and to measure not just what are we doing, but what are we achieving for the community? What is the impact for our businesses? So that is work that will come to you. I don't have your answer yet. We're using a tool that we think works right now, but we want to try it out before we bring it.
Great. Yeah, look, I mean, I'm always going to bias towards getting started and getting something in the community that's actually having an impact. And we've done that. And so I'm really pleased with that. I think that as we continue to go forward, let's figure out how to get those goals around it and measure the outcomes because they're just so valuable for us all. My second category, we've had some terrific results with these parklets. I have heard from businesses that are concerned that they rushed out to build parklets and then the city came back and said, geez, this wasn't permitted correctly or wasn't built to the permit or some other concern that resulted in some changes and stranded investments for them. In fact, on one of my walks, I saw one of them tearing down and rebuilding one of the parklets in a single night. Can any of you address that concern? And of course, when it comes to life and safety issues, there's no corners to be cut here. But what are we doing to assure that, you know, in this rush that the businesses took on, partly at our charge, to develop this space, that they aren't having to redo that work unnecessarily?
Yeah, Jennifer, you want to take this one, Jennifer?
Sure, I can take a stab to speak to it. So yes, we have, our businesses are very, very eager and desperate to open and operate. And so we have a whole page on the Economic Recovery website dedicated to temporary use of outdoor space. There's a PDF of guidance that kind of walks people through the steps of what's allowed, what's not allowed. We've had workshops and Zoom town hall meetings with our chamber, with our bids. We've been working closely with all the bids to communicate and do messaging through them to all their members just to make sure people know about what's allowed and what's not. The kit of parts, the temporary parklets, that was deemed a real priority for the city to help to fund, just to make sure that businesses weren't trying to figure this out on their own, because this is new for everyone. We do continue to have some businesses. Unfortunately, there was another one this weekend that hired a contractor and they went out and built a parklet in the street and it's not permitted. And you know, there's obviously insurance indemnification issues for the public and the city and the businesses. So we are working very closely, but definitely through our bid partners, just to help make sure people know, businesses know what they can and can't do. And I think our winter guidance is going to be really important, because we're probably going to see very quickly some more creative ways that restaurants are going to be adding things that maybe are not the best things. So we're working with the fire department and building in safety. So it's an ongoing one, but it's about communication. It's so key. And unfortunately, you know, we have enforcement that we have to work with too, just for some of the bad actors that are continuing to just do things that do pose some life safety concerns. Because putting members of the public in the street, we want to make sure that it is everyone is safe and can operate.
Great. Yeah, I think it. Now I understand what you were saying regarding winter guidelines. I don't think I fully appreciated the purpose and intent there, and so that's really helpful to know that's coming. And obviously, I think I hope that our team is focused on those bad actors when we're doing those enforcements and not technical violations of the sort. And one of the things that comes to mind is, as I heard, was specifically heaters or something. So that sounds like it fits within your winter guidelines. So that's great. And then you mentioned the fee study, Peter. I don't know if I perfectly got the point on that. It seemed maybe a little mixed. We have a planned fee study coming forward. It sounds like it has not yet been initiated, and that your suggestion was that we may have found ways to provide services that were covered under our fees more efficiently.
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, we have reduced the process. Yeah, we reduced the process for many of these applications. So it would reason that we would not need to recover as many fees, which would result in lower fees, which for the transitive properties would hopefully result in businesses being happier with the Santa Monica environment. So that's really just a long-winded way of saying that perhaps this cycle is an opportunity for us to reframe what we want to get out of our fees. Because the pandemic has been a tremendous lesson in business recovery, business support, and we've just heard an awful lot from our constituents about what it takes to make it work.
Now, those fee studies are good for 5 years or something?
I think they're in a 5-year cycle.
Okay, so given where we stand in such a sort of uncertain and unusual moment, expecting that at some point we'll hit some stabilization maybe next year, and ability to forecast, God willing, where all of our lives are going. I'm also kind of intuiting that maybe there's a decision point here related to whether we should undertake a fee study now or whether we might delay it and live with fee waivers or something to get us through this period until we have a better sense for what's the new normal.
And I see the finance director has entered the picture with a final word on that.
We actually, it is our policy to do a fee study every 5 years. We are starting it now because we have several other fees as well that we do need to update. I think that there is a potential for us to do waivers or discounts or, phased approaches to potentially maybe not starting off at 100% cost recovery, but moving into 100% cost recovery as we recover, as our economy recovers. It may be that we're going to see lower fees, but I would not want to promise that we would be seeing an 100% recovery and lower fees. It may be that we would have to do these types of waivers.
Yeah.
So we'll be coming back to you and asking you for policy guidance on that much later in the year.
Great, but the study itself has started. We're not delaying on the study in order to wait to see if the way we provide the services stabilizes in a different way than it has been.
The study is about to start.
Okay.
And we can be making changes based on, I'm getting texted. Of course, I should remember this. The study is on the agenda tonight as part of the next item. But one of the things that we will be doing is that it takes some time. So even if we are revising our processes in January and February, that is still, we can always tweak things around a little bit. We'll be coming back as part of the budget process.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
When I do this, my screen shifts so I can't see the controls. So, great report. This has been a real, I think, learning process for all of us. But I think that one of the things that we probably have learned in the course of this is, one, the more flexible we can be, the better results we get. So we in the past have tended to be less flexible, and I think that this is a great tribute to the whole economic development team and their flexibility in rolling with the punches and dealing with this. But the other thing that I think is important is that we are saying yes to a lot of things that we formerly said no to. And I think it really is important that as we go forward, we think about the fact that in these dire circumstances, we said yes to new ideas, and look what's happening. The city is developing different businesses, different approaches, and different ways of making it a better place for people to be. So I think it's important as we go through this recovery that we not forget that yes, and I know this sounds simplistic, but instead of automatically going to the no, we start with the yes and figure out how to make yes work instead of no. So I really appreciate everything you guys have done. I think you've done a great job, and I do think we need a really intense focus on the pier over the next few months, because the pier is still fairly dormant. I've been down a few times, and I think that, again, you're doing a great job, but again, we need to think about it in a more flexible and creative way. So thank you guys very much. I appreciate all of the work.
Council, I need to remind you this was agendized as a report. So are there any questions for staff? Anna, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you so much for the work that you guys have been doing. It shows that you have been working with the community, that you have been working with our businesses, that you have been doing what they have been asking for you to do, and for that, I thank you, and I appreciate you very, very much. As Councilmember Himmelrich said, it does show when we do go out of our way or try to go out of the box in order for us to try to do something. And this pandemic has absolutely shown us that that's what we can do, that we can step out of the box in order for us to try to figure out something. One of the things that I know that is probably going to come to me very much is the kitchen over at the Filmatary. And I know that I'm going to probably get a lot of questions as to how soon we can actually see that. So that's, I wanted to definitely, follow up on that one, because as you know, part of the Well-Being Project, that came out of that. A lot of our community members requested that, and I just want to make sure that I might be able to have some answers to, for them. And what would that process be for them to apply to be able to participate in the kitchen? I know that we have a lot of participants from the micro grants that have also taken some of the classes in order for them to figure out how to set up their businesses. So I wanted to see, just wanted to find out how processes are we thinking of setting up in order for them to be able to participate in the kitchen.
Thank you, Councilmember Hara. I'll take a quick swing at it, Jennifer. I just want to start by saying that this is in its very, very preliminary phases. So the work that's happened to date really has been around the physical space and trying to determine the programmatic requirements to scale the project appropriately to the need. So our architecture team has been in to take measurements. They have looked at the existing electrical and plumbing. They talked preliminarily with Southern California Edison about that potential electrification project pilot. But to date, I don't believe that anyone has designed the process by which an individual can apply to be part of the program. I'm certain that that work will begin in earnest as soon as we have our heads around the physical dimensions of the space and the feasibility, funding, and the timeframes, so that all those expectations are managed as the program itself is designed. And Jennifer, I'll pass it over to you for more details.
Yeah, just real briefly, Peter, you did a great job. There was a Community Economic Development Steering Committee meeting this afternoon, so I have a couple quick updates. So part of, in addition to what Peter said, we're working with the community, and I love, it's truly a community-driven process. They're telling us what they want, what they need, what equipment needs to go in for the types of food business operations that they're anticipating. So we're working on an RFP right now, request for proposals, to identify an operator. We recognize the city's not in the business of doing this ourselves. We have been interviewing lots of good partners, building upon the PICO Wellbeing Project, where staff and community members went on site visits to go look at the Thai Town Kitchen and look at some operations in downtown LA. And so they have been continuing to do their due diligence with the idea that once we get an operator, the operator can help us better to design the kitchen, and then based on the specifications. And then the funding partnership subcommittee is just really doing a great job of identifying additional potential foundations and sponsors. And so we already have meetings lined up in January with some folks that are wanting to be a part of it. And then we are also looking at, through the Community Economic Development Group, some business training workshops purely focused on food incubator enterprise. So working with probably partners like PACE, like we did with the PICO Wellbeing, to do some additional intensive training with the members of the community who have put their hands up that say they want to be a part of the process, so we can get them ready to go. So as soon as this kitchen is up and operating, they're going to be ready to just jump in.
And Jennifer, that's absolutely wonderful. I'm really happy to hear that. You know, one of the things that I remember when we were looking at other developments was some of the unions coming over and saying that they were willing to step up and also provide some of that training. So please go ahead and reach out to them, so that way we can, you know, once we get this going, then people are ready to do what they are so eager to do. So I thank you very, very much for working on this. I really appreciate it, and I know that our community will be definitely looking forward to this. So thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just want to add, the Hospitality Training Academy has been a partner in this too. So they've been advising in terms of what they're operating now and how we can help to build upon. Thank you.
That's wonderful to know. Thank you.
We'll see no further questions from council members on the economic report. I'll let the city manager wrap things up.
Thank you. I just want to thank the staff again, as well as our partners. I want to let the community know, for those who are wondering how to get information, we are also beginning to roll out our new website this Friday. We did take that project in-house. Please do look at santamonica.gov beginning on Friday. You will see significant improvements in how you can get information about all of these great efforts. In the meantime, as Anush said, santamonica.gov/economic recovery. And we thank all of our partners, residents, community members, local business owners, otherwise, and the members of the council who have helped us to get to this place, and particularly to the staff working in a pandemic through the balancing of the budget and everything else. Thank you to everybody. So thank you, council.
I think the council's interest and enthusiasm were quite clear. So with that, we'll move on to our consent calendar, if the clerk would call that.
Okay, we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and we have one caller.
Council, unless somebody has something that they need to recuse themselves on, we'll go ahead with the consent calendar and we'll go to the public hearing, which will open with that caller. If staff would put that caller online.
Yep, they're just transferring the call in right now.
In this moment, I'll just take the time to remind everybody, don't forget to vote.
And here we have the caller.
Hi, introducing Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Miss Barton, are you in the meeting?
Just make sure that because they just called the item and they're not going to let me talk.
Miss Barton, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Another COVID-19 emergency order. While you continue to cry poor mouth, all while continuing to whine about not getting more federal funding. But as a downtown resident, I personally find it disturbing with all your claims you're doing due to COVID-19, that it is all to the benefit of the businesses and to the detriment of the residents. Please allow me to give you in downtown Santa Monica, Inc., an example of this at 1320 2nd Street. To the side of the front door, there is one restaurant outdoor dining area. And now there's another outdoor dining area right in front of the building's front door with seating on the sidewalk and outside the front door. I called Kathleen Rawson from downtown Santa Monica, Inc. about it. She didn't care and had an "you should feel privileged, I called you back" attitude. So now I and the rest of the residents in my building can't walk out the building's front door and be 6 feet away from people not wearing masks. The only thing anyone can take by you in downtown Santa Monica, Inc. doing this would be you obviously want to put the residents in unsafe situations due to COVID-19 to the benefit of the city's businesses. Showing again, you, the city, and downtown Santa Monica, Inc. put the almighty dollar over the residents' well-being and safety. And that with your COVID-19 emergency order, you are talking about both sides of your mouth. Might that be why you don't get more federal funding? Thank you.
Thank you.
Please check now to see if any other calls came in on the consent calendar.
We do have another one, and here we go.
Transferring Meredith Kuhn.
Meredith Kuhn, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for thoughtfully listening to our comments tonight. My name is Meredith, and I'm an organizer with Santa Monicans for Democracy. First, I just wanted to thank the city clerk for how helpful she's been to me recently in answering some questions I've had. I also want to recognize that I know the city has been extraordinarily busy with recently with the pandemic, the election, and everything in between. I'm just calling tonight because I feel it should have been imperative there should have been something on tonight's meeting agenda regarding police budget reform. The last motion passed regarding this was on September 8th, and it was more than vague. Without public written documentation in the form of minutes, I'm not sure the council is being kept accountable with what they've previously promised. Thank you for your time. Take care.
Thank you.
For the record, City Clerk, Ms. Kuhn did not appear to be addressing the consent calendar, so we will allow that as her item 14 public comment. Right.
Okay.
And we have two additional callers.
Introducing Jonathan Foster.
Jonathan Foster, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
I am grateful to be able to put in some 2 cents about the COVID. I approve what you're doing. One of the things that a lot of people don't say is how fast this could be over. I think it would just take 21 days and COVID-19 could be ended. If you consider that the flu in 1918, the flu pandemic has never ended, has it? Been around for 102 years. I think COVID-19 is going away. I don't think it's ever going away by the observance that the flu, they've never done anything about the flu yet. And many people have said this. I'm just highlighting things I think you have all heard. but I think are critically important. And I don't know what would be the best way to say it, the incompetence in the White House, right from the top, from the health departments, that we are stuck in this. We got people, one of the things I see is people wearing gloves. They never disinfect the gloves. I see every gas station, every gas pump, no pumps disinfected, no ATMs disinfected. They said that this is being spread when people are in close quarters. Okay, well, that becomes a different issue. And if people are not going to, completely clean themselves off before they get into some building and test themselves when we don't have the testing in everybody's home yet, that's the biggest problem indoors. But it would take just 21 days to get rid of this if nobody touched each other or stayed away from each other for just 21 days. It'd be very difficult to get this to happen, but that's the only way out. It needs to be really highly considered. What could we do in just 21 days? The whole world could be out of this problem.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
I believe that was intended as comment on item 3I, which is on the consent calendar. I would just remind the public it would help us a great deal if you'd specify what item you're speaking to when you do call in. I think we have one more caller.
We do. Here we go.
Transferring Thomas Modrano.
Thomas Modrano, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
My name is Tom Madrano, and I worked in the city for many years, and I am a strong supporter of Santa Monicans for Democracy. I appreciate the work the city clerk has done in completing the minutes for October 17th, and the helpfulness that the city clerk has shown my colleague in the matter of trying to obtain the minutes for the city council meeting that was held on September 8th, 2020, which are currently unavailable. The language used in the meeting to pass the motion to take steps through the budget process was unclear and difficult to follow. Having public documentation of what was passed is paramount to keeping the City Council accountable to what was promised in reference to revisiting of the budget and social services. The matter is of heightened community interest since action has not been taken but deferred and deferred and deferred. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my concern.
Thank you.
He's looking out there on the phone lines.
That was our last caller on this item.
That will then close the public hearing on the consent calendar for tonight, October 27th. Does the council have any items it wishes to pull from the consent calendar for individual discussion? If not, is there a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
I'll move to adopt the consent calendar.
I'll say. Councilmember Hara.
For sure.
Okay, so that was Councilmember Himmelrich who made the motion and Councilmember Hara who made the second to adopt the consent calendar in its entirety. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, and so the consent calendar is adopted by unanimous vote of the City Council. The good news is we don't have any appeals tonight, so we get to go on to item 7.
Item 7A is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 9.64.050 to extend the removal of the extremely low income affordable housing category. And this is a second reading.
Move adoption.
Second.
That's been moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember Winterer. And I see no discussion, so the clerk call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, and so that is adopted on second reading by unanimous vote of the council, 7-0. We go to the next item.
Item 7B is a second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Sections 6.22.020 and 6.22.100 to revise the requirements for primary residence and provide for certain exemptions for residential leasing requirements. And this is also a second reading.
Winter moves adoption.
Himmelrich seconds.
That was clear. Moved by Winter and seconded by Himmelrich. Thank you for the IDs. It does make the mayor's job easier. I see no discussion. We'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So by a 7-0 unanimous vote, adopted on second reading. That is two out.
We seem to have a new person on the city council named Trevor Thomas, so I'm hoping somebody can remove him until he's elected. Thank you.
I'll mute him. He's staff, actually, but I'll mute him.
Okay.
Now we'll move on to item 7C, please.
Item 7C is introduction and adoption of an emergency ordinance establishing a moratorium on the deployment and operation of autonomous delivery vehicles on city sidewalks and pedestrian paths of travel. And currently, you don't have any callers for this item.
But first, we do have a staff presentation. So we need some help from staff here, please.
Corey, is it possible that Trevor is muted?
Hello?
Trevor,
Trevor, you with us?
Presenter.
Yes, Trevor Thomas.
Trevor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, and we see your screen, so you're up.
Oh, great. Yeah, sorry for the first time hassle. Yes, so as established, this is Trevor Thomas in the Mobility Division, and I'll be presenting a staff recommendation for the moratorium on autonomous delivery vehicles. So first, just a brief bit of background on what these vehicles are. So the sort of autonomous delivery vehicles we're talking about are sort of small robotic vehicles that operate on typically sidewalks, pedestrian crossings, those sorts of venues. And what they do is they sort of take either restaurant delivery, groceries, small parcels. They take those from the seller and deliver them.
Trevor, can you go in slideshow view so that we can actually see it?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for the reminders. Okay, so as I was saying, these vehicles, so they take small parcels from the seller, navigate over public rights of way, typically sidewalks, pedestrian crossings, and deliver them to consumers. And with the vehicles shown here and discussed here, this navigation is autonomous. So these are small little robots with an AI system that, in an automated way, with no direct supervision, will find their destination and deliver their payload. And we're seeing these spring up all over the place right now. It's within the last couple of years, there's been quite a few of these services starting to take shape in cities around the world. So Postmates has the ServeBot, who's the handsome bot you see in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. They're delivering, they participate in a pilot program in San Francisco, along with other providers. They're also just recently starting to provide service in Los Angeles, in addition to a couple other similar services that Los Angeles is seeing. Amazon has a Scout vehicle. This is the blue bot that you see at the bottom of the screen. They're providing service in Irvine as well as other cities. In Memphis, FedEx has a somewhat less poetically named Same Day bot. But again, a similar sort of service, and these are just a few examples. There's many providers doing the same sort of automated delivery in many locations around the world. So when these services take shape, they're typically subject to regulation, whether that's prospective through some sort of pilot program like San Francisco ran, or sort of reactive. So right now, Los Angeles is trying to get regulations in place to deal with these services that have already sprung up. Either way, there's some common features that we see in some of these regulations. So one is sometimes a requirement for direct human supervision. So San Francisco, as part of their pilot program, mandated that there had to be a human there within 30 feet of such a vehicle for safety's sake. There's limitations on where vehicles may operate, both in terms of neighborhoods, specific corridors, specific surface types. There's limitations on vehicle speed, typically about 3 miles an hour. There's limitations on the number of vehicles and providers to avoid sort of overcrowding and nuisances in the public right of way. There can be an off-hour requirements for operational data disclosures, requirements for liability, and these sorts of things. It's important to say here, though, that this is a brand new regulatory landscape. So these regulations are all still taking shape, oftentimes parts of pilot programs. And so there's no real set out-of-the-box regulatory solutions that people can draw from. There's a lot of cities sort of working in tandem or alone, but still working to hammer out what good regulation ought to look. So until very recently, Santa Monica hasn't experienced any of these sort of deployments themselves or ourselves, but we have taken some actions in sort of similar directions. The main thing that we've done is partnered with LACI, that's the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator, to start a zero emission delivery zone pilot program. And the goal of this is very similar to sort of the upside of some of these delivery bots. And that is just providing very sort of energy efficient, very environmentally friendly delivery of goods over this last mile, what we call last mile delivery. And you can see the map here where this zero emission delivery zone pilot program is in Santa Monica. So it's basically everything to the west of Lincoln and everything to the south of Wilshire. And so the goal here is to develop a blueprint for cities to sort of develop and offer these sorts of very efficient last mile delivery, and to provide sort of established best practices along these lines. You see the boundary here. The program started receiving applications for participation in July of this year, of 2020, and the program will officially launch in January of 2021, so just a couple months, and is set to last for about a year. And so as part of this program, the city is really encouraging the adoption of sort of e-cargo bikes, and then also other small and medium-sized electric vehicles. And while we haven't seen much sort of direct engagement with the sorts of autonomous or remotely controlled bots that we just talked about, their sort of functionality is definitely congruent with what's trying to be achieved here, right? So they conceptually fit well in this program. And the program offers a lot of benefits. So in terms of community health, there's reduction of air pollution, GHG emissions, noise and congestion, potential for improved safety, taking more dangerous vehicles off the road. And there's also real potential economic benefits. So just making it easier for local businesses to connect to customers. And especially with COVID, there's the added potential for no contract transactions. So Santa Monica is engaging activities along these lines of clean last mile delivery. And here you see some of the partners. So LACI and Santa Monica, the big ones. There's also a whole host of corporate partners with interest along these lines, and then community partners as well. But until recently, we hadn't seen the deployment of sort of autonomous or remote vehicles. That changed recently with the Santa Monica company deploying remotely human-controlled delivery bots on sidewalks and pedestrian paths of travel. We became aware of this within the last month when we got a few comments from members of the public sort of complaining about the presence in the right-of-way. And we initially believed that these were fully autonomous, that these were autonomous bots, based on some background research and some publications of the company and just references to their work. In discussing with them, it turns out that their vehicles are human-controlled. So their current sort of business model involves direct human control, albeit remotely, of each one of these vehicles. So it turns out that the company did not apply for a business license. So they were served with a cease and desist order, which they're currently complying with. So we've used this sort of window to look into the extent to which city code either prohibits or directly regulates this sort of activity on city sidewalks and pedestrian paths of travel. And it turns out there's really nothing there. There's nothing sort of barring or otherwise regulating this sort of service, this specific service, or other analogous services that could even be completely autonomous. So there's nothing in the city code that would prevent any sort of person with a robot that can navigate more or less well to just operate, however, on the city sidewalk, provided not violating specific ordinances with respect to use of that sidewalk. And so this imposes a number of risks, a number of costs. So this absence of regulation implies a sort of safety threat. So as I was saying, there's no existing regulation on what sort of autonomous or what sort of remote vehicle can operate. And so, as you know, you can probably imagine, it's not trivial to create a robot that's going to navigate around people and find destinations and do that well and reliably. There's certainly examples of robots not doing that well. And currently, there's no real way that we can say somebody with a bad robot can't operate. There's no speed limit, et cetera. There's also no limit to proliferation. So there's no cap on how many robotic delivery companies could potentially operate on the city right of way. So there's real potential for clutter there. And there's also sort of real cost to the city in overseeing this. So there's staff resources that have to be spent either administering a regulation and or pilot programs, sort of designing and administering, or even in the absence of direct regulation, there's still an enforcement burden of making sure that these vehicles are operating safely in the right way and are not presenting a nuisance in terms of clutter. So there's a real downside here in the absence of regulation, which brings us to the staff recommendation. So the staff recommends a 1-year moratorium on deployment of autonomous and remotely controlled delivery vehicles on city sidewalks and pedestrian. So this alleviates the near-term risk of unregulated autonomous vehicles, and it also gives staff time to research and develop potential regulatory options. As those take shape elsewhere and best practices sort of become apparent, it gives us time to latch onto those. So this moratorium, as it currently stands, applies to both autonomous vehicles, truly autonomous vehicles, and also vehicles that have human control via remote pilot. So it's basically just a remote control with an off-site human. Those are also prohibited in the current moratorium. We do want to highlight several alternatives available to council. So the first such alternative, council could council could direct us to look at a moratorium that prohibits autonomous and remote controlled delivery, but provides an exception for vehicles operating under the zero emissions delivery zone pilot. So that's the pilot that was discussed earlier. A second potential alternative would be a moratorium that prohibits autonomous vehicles, truly autonomous vehicles, but permits vehicles that have remote human piloting, so remotely human controlled vehicles. And so that I'll close out the staff presentation, but I'll stay on for questions along with Francie and the city attorney. Thank you.
Okay, council, let's see if we can get our screens back here and see each other again. There we go. Welcome to the new world. We're entering new territory with new technologies. Questions for staff? The first hand I saw was from Councilmember Winter.
So I understand the need to take a breather here and not have these things potentially run rampant around the city, particularly at a time we have diminished capacity. But we did hear in the staff report there is one business that started operating here. And we spent a lot of time earlier this evening on economic recovery strategies. So I'm a little hesitant to turn to a business that just started here and might potentially hire people and stimulate our economy and say, oh, guess what? You got to wait for a year. So staff presented two alternatives there, and I just want to clarify them. So this existing company, which does use human controlled, remotely piloted bots, my son has made it very clear to me they're not robots because they don't have any artificial intelligence whatsoever. So I guess we call them bots or delivery vehicles. The first alternative is to put them in this pilot, correct? Which would have sort of restricted boundaries on the zero emissions delivery zone. The second alternative would let them operate citywide, but only we would not allow the fully autonomous ones. We just allow the remotely controlled ones. Is that right? So basically the distinction is whether we geographically potentially regulate these operations or allow them citywide. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah. And so the first option would also entail their participation in this zero emission delivery zone program. So there's additional requirements sort of attached to that participation, but that geographic restriction would be
So what else is required? I mean, the data sharing, things like that, so that we gain some sort of knowledge about how they operate?
Yeah, data sharing is part of that. Francie, would you like to field this?
Sure. Yeah, data sharing is one of them. It's also sort of participation in various coordination calls and some of the internal infrastructure. But basically, you know, it would be a window for them to be able to participate in functioning in the city with fairly minimal additional requirements. I mean, the pilot itself does not come with significant operational burden. It's to test out how operations function within the city and can replace carbon-based transportation modes.
And then to participants in the pilot, is there an insurance requirement? Because always with these sort of operations, you want to make sure that there's adequate insurance and the city is indemnified. Is that part of the pilot requirement?
Correct. There would still be insurance requirements for any business participating in the pilot.
And if we went to option number 2, how would we make sure that there was adequate insurance?
So I'll take that.
That
It
kind of
require as a condition of a business permit that they provide insurance and indemnification as part of getting this business license, which would be required to operate in the city.
So that would just be written into the ordinance if we went in that direction, that you'd have to have insurance to go along with your business license?
Yes, if you go with either of those options, you could add conditions to the ordinance to specify that they have to have insurance, indemnification, and potentially other operational requirements along the lines of what was referenced that some of the other pilots have imposed.
Okay, thank you.
You know, Council, 3 years ago, we learned that when people drop a new technology on our streets without previous discussion, without a business license, it doesn't necessarily go well. We decided at that point we needed regulation, which we've done, but we also committed ourselves, I believe, to coming up with a more nimble way of dealing with new technology. I like the questions that Councilmember Winter has been asking. I think I saw a hand up from Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes, and Mayor, I do agree with you. And when I spoke to the operator, I did reference the fact that that they shouldn't be flooding our streets with these devices without a business license. But I do think that if we're going to run a real pilot, that we need to make it perhaps more expansive and targeted. And when I say that, I get that these were the first guys and they are doing human-controlled vehicles, but I also think we need to see whether there are any advantages to autonomous vehicles. And so the question is, how can we do that now as opposed to waiting for a year with some kind of sort of basic regulatory structure that lets us create room for creativity and flexibility and say yes to these new technologies and yet not endanger people walking on our sidewalks or our streets. So my question for staff is this. I assume you've had discussions with the current operator and perhaps potential operators. So is there any reason that it would take a full year for us to have them? I mean, they're deployed already. So is there a reason that it would take a full year for a couple of different varieties of these or 3 varieties or whatever to be operating and see how it goes?
I'm happy to jump in here. This is Francie. Yeah, so one of the things, so let me start with the current company that's operating in Santa Monica or has ceased operations when they received our letter, so they deserve credit for having respected that, is that they are not intending to operate autonomously at this point or anywhere in the near future. Right. So I think the pathway potentially open to the council with the alternative to have them participate in the other pilot would enable them to continue to do the kind of field work and and day-to-day testing that is necessary for any of these innovative types of companies. And, you know, they are learning, as are we. As far as the other companies, I think there are legitimate concerns that we've seen in other cities and that we can project for Santa Monica with regard to the robotic learning that is potentially more concerning on the public sidewalk, and that would necessitate a more thoughtful and engaged approach. We totally support innovation in this sphere. The city has been out in front and done great work with regard to supporting businesses that are innovating in the transportation space. But at the same time, you know, machine learning is still quite nascent in many of these areas, and machine learning with regard to sidewalk operations is probably even more so, because the interaction with human people, anytime there are more variables, the machines need time to learn those variables. So I just would suggest that the city might be well served by looking at this as a nice foray into this sphere that can inform us moving more efficiently and effectively towards an autonomous-based regulatory structure as we move into the future. The moratorium is a max of a year. There's nothing that commits the city to taking the year. It merely provides the space within that year to do the work that's needed.
So I guess I have a question, Francie, and thank you for that answer. So is what you're saying that this company should let us explore the parameters of what this is without letting others in? Because I'm pretty intent on seeing some competition in this arena too.
I mean, so we've been fortunate to date in that we haven't had other folks launching without permission, which obviously causes the city concern with regard to risk. I think at this point, the proposal, the way this company is operating with a human that is engaged with the device is probably a good way for community members to become accustomed to seeing them in the community. I mean, that is partly what we're seeing, is that community members who are expecting certain things on the sidewalk and not expecting other things on the sidewalk are also learning how to interact with these. And I think this provides a good way for all parties to become accustomed and still for the city to continue to support innovation.
And I have one more question. Thank you, Francie. And I have one more question, and that is, you know, we're making forays on the complete solution to the city and various routes to things, but it seems to me that this is coming. I mean, and I remember, and you probably do too, the protected bikeways arguments. So should we be planning now for pathways for these vehicles as we're doing our complete streets, et cetera, and not wait, but roll it into it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question, and I think it's a meaningful question. I'm not going to pretend that I know the answer to that question. From working with the scooter companies and the work that we've done with transportation innovation to date, my assessment generally is that the market is looking to fit itself into the existing infrastructure, because they recognize while Santa Monica may move quickly in changing infrastructure, they're dealing with an entire country of 50 states, and that the variety of responsiveness to the innovation is so broad that they need for their business success to figure out ways to work with existing infrastructure. So I think we are open to the potential for new infrastructure, but I think that the companies are approaching the problem with trying to figure out how to work within the existing infrastructure rather than to depend upon its restructuring.
Well, that may be for them, but we have to think about us. And for us, it seems to me it's smarter to have special places for them and not have them on our 8-foot or 6-foot sidewalks. That's just my thought, that they be somewhere other than where people and, you know, and wheelchairs and strollers and everything else are. That's all I'm saying, that as we're doing streets, shouldn't we think about these vehicles too?
Absolutely, we should think about them. I just want to provide the perspective that I've learned in working with the companies, that they're definitely looking at ways to fit themselves in, but it doesn't preclude us from thinking about those issues.
And so, Francie, I have one more question, which is that I've seen that there are companies that have drones that are doing deliveries like this. Have we seen any of those people come to us?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
I see Councilmember McCowan. I'll get you in a moment. I have a couple of follow-up clarifications to the questions that Councilmember Himmelrich just asked, having to do with the actual operation of the company currently in question. You said that they are now operating or were operating their bots by human remote control. Was that with one person monitoring one bot or one person monitoring multiple bots? And I mean, is there any possibility that that is a financially viable business? Because it would seem that just a regular human gopher with a bicycle would be a cheaper solution.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is, I think the financials of it are an important question. In the short time that they've been operating in the city, they have presented as that the operator is operating that device, that they are focused on that device and they are operating that device. However, I think when you start to play that out over multiple devices, all the devices probably aren't moving at once. So you could have one operator who may be responsible for 2 or 3, and while 2 are dormant, they are operating the one. We have not posed the question specifically to the operator what happens when 2 devices want to operate simultaneously, but we could ask that question.
Well, I'd sure like to know the answer to that. I'd wonder, who is this service able to provide service to? Most of us live in places where to get to our homes, you have to deal with steps or perhaps an elevator. And bots are not known to be great at staircase climbing. And I don't know how one would use the elevator, maybe ask another passenger to push the appropriate button. But it seems to me, as I understand the technology at the moment, the latitude of service provided by these would have to be pretty constrained. Do we have any idea how they're operating now and who they are serving?
They have talked about their service, and many people have provided public comment for tonight's item, talking about the services that they use with this particular technology. It is my understanding, I mean, you're correct, that the bots are not in a position to go upstairs or even to navigate other objects like that. So it would be expected that the consumer would meet the bot at a location adjacent to the property and kind of do we talk about the first last mile, the consumer would do the first last 20 feet in that case. And it is true that the bot's not set up for that type of obstacle course.
Okay, Councilmember McCowan.
So, on the surface, I hesitate wanting to support innovation during crisis like the one that we all find ourselves. I tend to I have a question. In Trevor's presentation, he alluded to having, I think the presentation said many complaints, but then Trevor said few. So I'm curious if that really know how many complaints we've had about these bots since they were going around.
I can jump in unless Trevor has an exact number, but I have received a handful.
So 5.
There are many. I suppose that would be the right number to go with a handful.
Because there's a huge difference between several, a few, and how the public interprets our decision on this. So.
Yeah. I mean, Trevor, you're welcome to jump in if you have an exact number. The one challenge we do have as a city is that there are numerous ways to reach us that include private emails to individuals, that includes the Go request system that is more centralized. And so the absolute number of complaints and comments is hard to assemble without a broader reach out, which we did not do in this case. But
Okay, because all we have to go on are all positive public comments that we received, right? So unless we can quantify the complaint, I have not personally seen them, right? So, okay, and then have there been any injuries associated with these bots?
No, to date, the company has indicated that they have operated 2 bots in limited circulation in Santa Monica, and we're not aware of any particular injuries that have been incurred.
Okay. Okay, well, that's it for questions. I guess I'll save the rest of this.
Well, I would just have to respond to those questions with a reminder. We are responsible for public safety, and that is a proactive, not a reactive responsibility. So
I'm sorry, there's that, Kevin, so I can't hear what you're actually saying. There's a lot of noise coming from someone.
Well, I don't think that noise is from my end. I'll turn my mic off, see if it is.
I asked the person to mute who was providing the background noise. I think you're good.
Okay, so I'll go back to the comment I was making, which is that we are responsible for public safety, and that is a proactive, not a reactive responsibility. So although there may not yet have been any incidents or accidents, I think before we allow the operation of something in our city, we have to have an understanding of whether it is properly controlled and in a way that can assure public safety. And certainly a business that opens without getting a business license doesn't provide us that opportunity. So we have to figure out some way to, without stifling innovation, make sure we don't inadvertently create dangerous situations for members of the public who may not know what's coming because we've never seen these before.
Of course, Mayor, and to the extent that it's helpful, then I'll say that I lean toward, fully controlled by a human operator if we're going to approve sort of some version of this.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, let me ask, are we still in questions, or since we didn't have any public comment?
We still are in questions, and I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out we have some public comment.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't really have any.
We have public comment.
I'll wait.
Yes, we do. We have about 9 callers.
Okay, I'm somehow not surprised. So if it's okay with the council, Councilmember Howard, do you have a question? If you do, I'll hear it now.
I do. I have a question, and you were talking about being human controlled. Where are these humans at? Are they inside a car? Are they outside in the open? Where are they?
It's our understanding that they're operating from a remote source that is not nearby the device, and that they are reliant upon cameras on the device and a surround kind of camera system that the device has to get their information. So they are not. It's not as if you are operating a remote control car that you might be within 50 feet. They could be, many blocks away, and they're reliant on the information from the cameras to make their decisions.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, if that is the last question, we'll open the public hearing. And I know we have at least 9 people who'd like to speak to us if we begin to bring them in from the phone.
Of course.
Answering Noah Linkman.
Noah Linkman, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Noah Linkman, you're in the meeting.
My name is Noah Flinkman. Hello. Hi. My name is Noah Flinkman. I have called Santa Monica home my entire life. SignBot is not just a safe alternative to in-person delivery. It is a local small business run by earnestly dedicated young people who strive to make Santa Monica a more equitable, convenient, and healthy community for all of us. SignBot's extensive contributions to public health and economic well-being far outweigh the purported risks that SignBot detractors allege exist. Considering the fact that SignBot rovers are overseen, directed, and controlled by an actual person, they are perhaps even safer than leashed canines, which have minds of their own. In fact, repeated trials in Westwood successfully demonstrate that the SignBot rover moves slowly and is inherently programmed to avoid collision. Santa Monica residents are in a health and economic crisis. SignBot saves lives by eliminating the need for dangerous face-to-face contact between delivery agents and the purchasers of a variety of essential goods. I care deeply about this city and the fate of all residents, my neighbors and friends. It is imperative that the City Council allow SignBot to operate its affordable, green, and socially distanced product delivery service in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jill Perry.
Jill Perry, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Great. Thank you guys for having me tonight. Like most people during the pandemic, I've been limiting my time spent in grocery stores as well as interacting with folks outside of my household for grocery and food delivery. When I discovered ScionBot, it was a perfect solution for these uncertain times. I've really had great experiences with their service, and as a 13-year Santa Monica resident, I've made a point to observe the bot's behavior to see if it was causing any disruption on its delivery route. It wasn't. It obeyed traffic laws and sidewalk etiquette just as a pedestrian would, and I did not see anything that would make me concerned for my neighborhood. I was so disappointed when their service was discontinued from my area. That being said, I think the city has historically done an incredible job embracing innovation, and I'm hopeful that there can be a continued path of partnership where cutting-edge technologies are fostered and supported here. I truly believe solving last-mile delivery with green tech is a win-win for all Santa Monica residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring James Jerlecki.
James Jerlecki, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you for your time, members of the council. My name is James Jerlecki, and I'm a resident and business owner here in Santa Monica. I'd like to offer my support for ScionBot, a local company founded by two recent UCLA graduates who are attempting to create a delivery network using remote-controlled ground robots. We are months into the pandemic and seeing no end in sight, and I've heard some comparisons made to Bird and how they launch, but we're dealing with something totally different here. These aren't for rents, nor is the same volume of bots needed to effectively make deliveries to residents in the city. It's orders of magnitude less. I know something important to all of us here is traffic, and if we can remove cars from the streets for deliveries, that is an important step in helping to green our environment and improve congestion. I think no matter how you look at this, it's a win for the city and its residents. The city is in a unique position to partner and help local entrepreneurs build the next big innovative business here in Santa Monica and provide COVID-safe deliveries immediately for its residents. Now is the time to lean on the side of innovation, and I would encourage the City Council to work with ScionBot to find an agreeable solution. I love being a resident and business owner here, and I'm optimistic that a happy medium can be worked out. Thanks for taking my call, and go Dodgers.
Thank you.
Transferring Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Hi, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Michael Jordan. I am the owner of a restaurant technology platform for contactless dining in Santa Monica. And we've been working with ScionBot on partnering to bring contactless robo delivery to restaurants in the city and doing it as a promotional and fun thing. I've worked with them on a few spot promotions to see how it operates. These spots are, besides being cute, they are not a threat on the sidewalks that we've seen. They do not move fast. They're exciting. They are fun. And we've used it as a way to take people from the pandemic and provide some sort of entertainment from a stand-away point of view. My son absolutely loves getting Cheetos from the bot. It's an exciting event for us to order from it, and he gets excited in a way that, we used to get for going to the park. And as these things slowly start to reopen, that's the value for us in the community. They are not fast, and they are super polite on the sidewalks, and we'd love to work with them this year, specifically during COVID, to bring that delight and that joy to restaurant goers throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Zach Rash.
Zach Rash, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, good evening, Mayor McEwen and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm Zach Rash. I'm the co-founder and CEO of ScionBot, the on-demand delivery robot company based here in Santa Monica on Main Street. We ask that you please exclude 100% remote pilot delivery vehicles from the moratorium you're considering and allow us to continue to operate during COVID when we're needed most by local businesses and residents. If you determine that new regulations are needed in this space, we hope that you will work with us, members of the public, and local businesses as you develop these programs. We founded SignBot with the mission to make last mile food and grocery delivery both sustainable and affordable for residents and local businesses. Other car-based delivery models often take huge 30% cuts, but without other options, local businesses have no choice but to use them. We charge half this rate. COVID has made restaurants even more reliant on these services, creating a greater need for alternatives. Our services allow Santa Monica residents the option of affordable contact-free delivery, and we're hearing from our customers just how important that is to them during COVID. To help further support them, we provide free delivery to seniors and healthcare workers and their families, those who have the most concern about exposure to the virus. When we first came to Santa Monica, I regret that our first step wasn't to reach out to the city immediately, and I take full responsibility for that. Our intent was not to circumvent process. In fact, a core value of our company is building strong relationships with cities, community members, and the local businesses. Given the city's past experience with electric scooters, we can understand your sense of caution. What I'd like to share tonight is how we can be different, how our business model differs from that, and why did we not merit similar concern. Unlike scooter services, our vehicles are only operated by trained pilots. They never sit out of operation on city sidewalks, and they only travel at walking speed. Our new vehicles have microphones and speakers, allowing two-way communication with the pilot and the members of the public. And our vehicles are also equipped with bright orange flags, reflectors, and LED lights for visibility. This makes them just as safe as another pedestrian on the sidewalk. Please allow us to continue to serve Santa Monica residents and businesses and exclude remotely piloted vehicles from the moratorium. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a question of Mr. Rash?
Sure. Still on the phone.
Mr. Rash still on the phone?
Are you still with us, Mr. Raj? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
So staff has proposed one alternative is that we put you in the zero emissions delivery zone, which has some geographic constraints to it. What are your thoughts on that?
I think if we were to continue to operate in Santa Monica, we would gladly join the program. I think it sounds very reasonable and aligned with both of our goals for the future of cities. I believe, can you remind me when that program starts?
I believe we were told January. We're taking applications for a pilot begins January in a geographic zone that extended from Lincoln to the beach and from the Venice border to Wilshire Boulevard.
Yeah, we're happy to participate in that program when it starts. We do obviously would prefer to remain in service and not have to shut down operations in Santa Monica during the pandemic when we're most needed, but we'd be happy to comply with all the rules of the program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Anthony Coombs.
Anthony Coombe, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Yes, anything to make sure that we can not be around people, anything that will enable us to have contactless delivery, contactless interaction. So to me, it kind of seems like a no-brainer. If autonomous, robotic, whatever you want to call it, delivery or whatever other means are available, then it's definitely something that we should try to be progressive on and not wait too long for.
Thank you.
Transferring Timothy Masamba.
Timothy Masamba, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, thank you. I'm calling on behalf of Scion. I just want to say, given the current climate with the pandemic and what's going on with COVID, I think, when we get opportunities to have companies like this come around that give contactless delivery, I think it's not only helps with essential services, like, whether it be groceries or things that we need, but honestly, Santa Monica, we've always been on the forefront of change, whether it was a couple of years ago with whatever it was Postmates, DoorDash, and et cetera, and then more recently, our issues with Lime and Bird, which worked out just fine. So to me, these robots work great. I've used it a couple times myself. I'm a fan of it. My neighbors love it. So I highly recommend, and I hope that we push this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Maggie Silver.
Maggie Silver, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be at my first, or being a voice for the first time at a city council meeting. So thank you guys so much for listening. So listen, my experience with ScienBot at first was a novelty. I saw one of the bots on the street, and while I'm sure that my reaction was, whoa, what is this? This is crazy. How can I learn more? I'm sure that there were a number of people who were like, oh my God, this is terrifying. It's a bot on the street. So I dove in and I learned more about the company, and it's so exciting for me personally. I have a daughter. I live in the Ozone Park area, and we've used ScienBot a few times, and it's really exciting when it comes to the door. But more importantly than that, I think one of the things that makes me really proud to be a Santa Monica resident is to be part of Los Angeles, a part of Los Angeles that is a hotbed for innovation. Startups are being nurtured here. Experiments are being supported. I helped start a company a few years ago that was in the food space, and we launched out of Santa Monica, and the city was so supportive and so just buoyed us. So when I heard that this was a moratorium was going to be considered, it just surprised me, because that was not sort of my experience with Santa Monica, and I just wanted to voice that, as a resident, as a proud Santa Monican, I'm really excited about new technology, and this ScienBot, it's a job creator. It's really cool during COVID. So I hope you really can see through it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring George Fanucci.
George Fanucci, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello. I'm in support of the autonomous delivery in Santa Monica. I am a Santa Monica resident, and I think it's a good thing. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe that was our last caller. Let me check quickly before we... Yeah, that was our last caller.
So we've made our last check. We're sure that was it. That'll close the public hearing on item 7C. And with that public input, the matter is now back before the council. Councilmember Winterer.
So I agree with a lot of the callers. We heard that we don't want to stifle innovation, but I also know that, while we've heard a lot of support for this, there's always two sides to every story in Santa Monica, if not many more. I do think we want to support innovation. We want to support small businesses. We want to support COVID-safe delivery of food and other items. So there's a lot to like here. I would suggest that we either go with staff suggestion about allowing these remote humanly piloted delivery vehicles in the zero emissions pilot, which, if I understood correctly from Ms. Steffens, does not begin until January 1st, in which case, if we did that, I would propose that the moratorium does not take place until January 1st, so that the existing company could resume operations. Any new companies that might be fully autonomous would be highly unlikely to launch in Santa Monica in November, knowing that they would be shut down January 1st, so we'd cover our bases there. Or we go with option 2, which is just to allow remote control, to only put a moratorium on fully autonomous delivery vehicles and allow the humanly piloted ones throughout the city. But I do think we want to do something to show that we are open for business and receptive to new ideas and encouraging, young entrepreneurs.
I don't see any other council members hand up yet. Well, now Gleams has, but you missed it. Because I want to ask my colleague a question. Are you certain that the operation of these bots as currently being done is fully safe in the public right of way? Because to me, that's an important point before I'd say you can go ahead and resume operation. Right now, we have no rules to control at all.
Yeah, they've been operating for some time. I don't know exactly how long. As you're well aware, Mayor, generally the public does not have a hard time finding a way to complain to us about things they don't like. So I've not heard any of the complaints. I've seen, had a discussion with the operator and how they operate. I believe I had a conversation with Councilmember Davis today, and she had seen them operating in the field, safely navigating a crosswalk on Main Street, maneuvering out of the way of pedestrians. I mean, who knows something could go wrong, but I think we do want to do at least some sort of pilot on these to see what we learn from them so we can better engage this technology in the future.
Well, Councilmember Davis has the next comment, but I'll come back with a suggestion on how we might accomplish what you want and still be a little more responsive on public safety. But Councilmember Davis, you're next.
Well, yeah, I was going to start out saying I may be the only person who's actually seen them in operation, and I saw them twice. One time the bot was crossing Ocean Park Boulevard at Main Street. It was complying with the signal law, walking at the same time with pedestrians. It did not get in the way of any pedestrians, other than pedestrians stopped and looked at it because it was a, novelty. And then another time when I was walking down Main Street, I noticed one and out of curiosity followed it for a bit and noticed that it actually got out of the way of pedestrians and skateboarders and other people and things it encountered on the sidewalk. It just pulled over to the side. So I'm assuming the operator saw the conflict coming up and yielded to the oncoming pedestrian or skateboarder or whomever. So while I certainly am not a guarantor of their complete safety, in my very limited observance of them, they seem to be operated. Unlike scooters, which can go 12, 15 miles an hour, they only go 3 miles an hour. So they're not going to run anybody over. They're not traveling, whizzing down the sidewalk. They're very slow. They're very methodical. So I agree with Councilmember Wintrow that I think that we ought to find a space for them. If the space we find is within the zero emissions delivery zone, I agree that we ought to let them operate until January, because I think that especially during the holidays, when people are not able to go out and they're not able to meet with family, the opportunity to have food delivered, have goods delivered, is significant and really would contribute to our public safety. So I think it's a net benefit for public safety. And then, of course, if we had a moratorium, but for the zero emissions vehicle pilot, I agree with Councilmember Winter, no one's going to hop in the space for 1 or 2 weeks. Alternatively, I'm just fine with exempting piloted vehicles from the moratorium and leaving the moratorium in place for AI operated vehicles or robots, because I do think that that's probably a technology that's not ready for our streets yet and that we haven't seen operate safely. But I think, I don't think any of us can say with any certainty how long the COVID nightmare is going to go on, but I think there seems to be consensus that it's going to go on for quite some time. And I think especially giving, for example, free delivery to seniors and first responders to minimize their exposure so they don't have to go out in public, I think is really meaningful as well. So I want to figure out some way to make it work. And those are the 2 ways I see making it work. But if there's a third way, I'm open to it as well. I mean, I will say the one thing is that if I live near Bob's Market, I really would love to have that little bot come deliver stuff from Bob's Market, and they're not within the pilot area. But we'll work on that. And same thing for the farms, by the way, north of Montana. I'm sure they would love to be able to put food in that bot and send it off into the neighborhood.
Councilmember Hara and then Councilmember Himmelman.
Thank you so very much, Councilmember Winter and Councilmember Davis. You definitely brought up a lot of the things that I was going to address. But more, I noticed that a lot of the residents that reached out to us and in support of still having it was precisely that, was because they would have less touch with a human being. So therefore that would protect them more, through our COVID pandemic. So I definitely think that having this agency that's here right now be able to continue through the holidays is actually a very good idea. And then for us to figure out what it is exactly that we need to do in January is excellent, and definitely zero emission. So.
I don't see a hand from the Mayor Pro Tem, so I'll take my turn now. I think everybody else spoken on this. I am not opposed to robots or delivery robots.
Stu was, Councilmember Himmelrich was.
Sorry, Councilmember Himmelrich. Go ahead.
Thank you. I do believe there is a place for these, both operated by humans and autonomous. I've seen them. Tell you something about my life, primarily in hospitals where they deliver medication. And this is a new development, but they're operating along hospital corridors, much bigger things. I mean, 4 feet by 5 feet. I mean, they're big, and but they work. They go around patients, they go around beds, et cetera, and they are not human operated. All of this said, I think that we also may want to consider how this will affect people who are currently doing deliveries who will lose their jobs because of these bots. So I think that we need to consider some balance. So because people will lose jobs because the meals they were delivering will be delivered, or the papers they were delivering, or the medicine they were delivering will be delivered by these. But the way that the landscape is now, I think at the moment this is not our biggest problem. But I think we need to anticipate that that will be.
And I apologize for jumping in there, Sue. What I was starting to say was I'm not opposed to robots or delivery robots. I actually own a little runnable robot myself, something called a Romo that I got years ago that works with an iPhone, and you control it by remote control. And I can get it to skitter around the house, and my wife hates it, but I kind of like to play with it. So I understand the technology. I understand the potential. And my concern is just that this hit our streets with no opportunity for rules. And I tend to agree with my colleagues that what we should do is figure out a way to make this work both in the shorter term and the longer term with the pilot program. But I'd be very hesitant to just lift or not impose a moratorium without first having a meaningful conversation with the operators of this business about what the rules are and what we expect from them. Because if we start just let anybody do anything they want to with new technologies in our public rights of way, this may not be the one that causes a problem, but there could be another one that does. And we have to be very careful that we set up an understandable process that encourages innovation, but also responsibility and conversation with the city, because we're responsible to the residents and others in the city who use those public rights of way. So there's been no motion yet, but I suggest that anybody who's looking at making a motion consider the possibility that we allow this company to resume doing what it was in some period of time, 2 weeks from now or a month from now, after there's been an opportunity for them to work with our staff and reach agreement on what the rules are. And that can then also be sort of a prelude to the rules that we'll have in the pilot program beginning January 1st. It doesn't have to be wide to prove the process here. I see you, Ted, but I'd like to finish my comments if I could. It doesn't have to be citywide for a business like this to work. We've been told that robots operate at 3 miles an hour. That means that a 1 mile radius is about the most they could do anyway. That's a 20-minute delivery time, which is about the most I think most people would wait for a bag of Cheetos. So let's try to find a compromise here that doesn't penalize innovation, but also doesn't abandon responsibility. And Councilmember Winter, you're next.
Well, I just wanted to see if Ms. Steffen was still available to talk about what sort of requirements there are in terms of safety to operate in the zero emissions delivery zone. that might allay the mayor's concerns.
And Mayor, we all loved your comments, but I think we were all celebrating for the Dodgers, who just won the World Series.
Yes. 3-1.
I was wondering what the hell was going on. Yeah.
That's why I was speaking up, because I thought maybe you thought I was celebrating, but I wanted to speak.
Sorry, I was 8 the last time we did this, so this is like big deal.
Very big deal.
So, but I heard everything you said.
All right, is Francie Steffens still available, or someone from Mobility?
I mean, as I'm here, I'm reticent to talk when the Dodgers won the World Series, but if you want me to talk about this, I will. That's great.
Well,
Congratulations.
Well, we
Dodgers.
could just let the crowd noise go for 30 seconds or a minute. I mean,
It's pretty exciting. That's fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's pretty remarkable. I knew they were going to do it, though.
Yeah, I hear bits. Oh, I see fireworks out of our window here.
Yeah.
There's fireworks in Los Angeles. That's wonderful.
I can hear screaming outside.
I can hear the fireworks.
And God only knows we needed the Lakers and the Dodgers to win to cheer people up around here, so it's a great thing.
A few bright.
But anyway, Francie, if we put this, if we allow, an operator into the zero emissions delivery zone, aren't there some sort of safety requirements that you impose on people being in that pilot program?
Yeah, I mean, part of the goal of being in a pilot program is to be in a cooperative relationship with the companies that enables us to have these conversations, right? I mean, it puts us in actually the more productive part of this world of innovation, which is a conversation that is a dialogue and a working relationship that is a partnership, which is ultimately what you need. I think it's more effective at this point in the process than hard-edged, code enforcement approaches. So obviously, you heard from the company and their willingness to participate. And I think that would come with it sort of, conversations about, as we did with the scooters, modifications to how operations work to ensure public safety.
All right. Well, with that, I will make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation for the moratorium with 2 modifications, the first of which was their alternate proposal number 1, which is that we would allow human-piloted bots delivering vehicles into the zero emissions delivery zone, and that the moratorium on these such devices does not become effective until January 1st, so as to give the one operator we know is out there the opportunity to continue to operate until it enters into the pilot program on January 1st.
Councilmember Hada, I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, but I have a question for the maker. So would you then be allowing the operator of the ScionBot to continue or resume operation with no agreement on rules from the city from now until January 1st?
They have to have a business license. And I guess we probably ought to make sure that they have insurance. And I welcome thoughts from the city attorney about how we can incorporate that into the motion. But clearly they'd have to have a business license to comply with the cease and desist order.
So, yes, I mean, we can put in language that would impose some minimum requirements, including that they have a business license, that they have insurance indemnification, and some of the other kind of standard conditions for operations of these things. So we could add language to that effect. I can put up some language that's been discussed among staff in anticipation that this might come up for people to look at.
That'd be very helpful.
But you can do that, though I don't know if it mollifies the mayor's concerns that language would not go into effect under my motion until January 1st. So is there anything we can do in the interim?
Well, you could put this language in place now for any operator that is operating. In other words, ScionBot or any other company, there is no company that has a business license right now. So before they could begin operating any company, they would have to come in, get a business license, and we could impose conditions as part of that business license or pursuant to this ordinance, which would then impose the moratorium on your terms as of January. So between now and January, they would have to get the business license and comply with those conditions.
All right.
Do we have an existing category of business license that would be appropriate here?
We don't have one that is specific for this. We have business licenses for, I believe, for delivery and or other service companies, but our business license people have the ability to basically craft the license terms as they work with individual companies. So I'll share my screen for a second and hope that this works. So I hope you can see my screen.
I can.
So this is the ordinance with some various modifications. So the part in yellow would be language that would require that they operate as part of the pilot program being overseen in Santa Monica by the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator on those city sidewalks or pedestrian paths of travel within the voluntary zero emissions delivery zone as defined for purposes of that pilot program. The green language is language that would exempt from that requirement and allow to operate throughout the city remote controlled devices if that's the way you want to go, which is the second alternative that staff suggested. Then the blue language is language that would be added to impose conditions. And basically whatever we define as the non-prohibited devices, in other words, devices that are allowed to operate, shall comply with all requirements, including insurance indemnification requirements imposed as conditions of the grant to the operator of a required Santa Monica business license, as well as, and then potentially all of the following operational requirements, which are basically lifted from a pilot in San Francisco. Non-prohibited devices shall yield the right-of-way to pedestrians and bicycles. Non-prohibited devices shall obey all signs and signals governing traffic and pedestrians. Non-prohibited devices shall not interfere with the maintenance of paths of travel for persons with disabilities. Non-prohibited devices may not transport waste or hazardous materials, including flammables or ammunition. Non-prohibited devices shall be equipped with headlights that operate at night, sunrise, and sunset. Each non-prohibited device shall bear, at markings of a size sufficient to be clearly legible to passing vehicles and pedestrians, a unique identifier for the device, together with the name and contact information of the device's operator. So those are conditions that could be imposed if you decide to have some continuing operating, whether within the pilot program or outside the pilot program.
That appears to address my concerns.
Yeah, I love all the safety requirements. What I'm trying to get at, Mr. Cardona, is that I don't think we want to allow the fully autonomous vehicles to operate within the next year. I mean, I understand from Councilman Hermich, they're operating in hospitals, they're taking on the liability within their own private property. We know that fully autonomous automobiles in pilot programs in cities around the country have had some serious problems. So I don't think we want to introduce them until the fully autonomous delivery vehicles until we know that they can get the kinks out of the artificial intelligence system. And we don't want to be a city where we're experimenting with them and, having them learn on our sidewalks at risk to our pedestrians, particularly the elderly and disabled. But I would like to allow the opportunity for at least this one company and potentially others, if there's any out there poised to move into the pilot, to have the human operated delivery vehicles operational, and we can learn from those things that we can apply to fully autonomous vehicles down the road. So I'm not sure which language would go in that case.
If we wanted to do that, we would remove the exemption for autonomous delivery vehicles or devices. In other words, we wouldn't allow them anywhere, even in the Clean Tech Incubator. We would then define autonomous delivery devices or vehicles to exclude remote controlled vehicles, which is the green language. And then the question would be whether you only want to allow the remote controlled vehicles within the pilot program or whether you want to allow them in other places as well.
I was intending to allow them only in the pilot program, just because, again, that allows us to, have a dialogue with them and learn, and that's sort of the point of all this, if we're going to have regulations in the future. I know they'd rather be citywide, but I think it makes sense to have them in the pilot program.
Was that coupled with then having the moratorium begin only in January?
Yes, because my understanding is that's when the pilot program begins.
So if we wanted to do that, we'd have the absolute ban on autonomous vehicles.
So, George, I think you need to say that they're controlled by people because there are other forms of remote operation.
If you could give me maybe 5 minutes to draft something, this is more complicated. That I'm going to have to make some modifications to language. So maybe if you could give me 5 minutes to draft, and I'll be back with something.
Can I ask a question during this time to?
Sure. Let's try to get our screen back.
Yeah.
And Mayor Pro Tem O'Day has a question.
So just regarding the intent here of the motion, it seems like we want to allow these with some appropriate safeguards until we have the zero emission pilot deployed. What if our pilot is not up and running Jan 1? Because I think that George is currently working on putting a date in that language, right? So is it open until pilot starts? I mean, if they start February 1.
I always say January 1 or as soon as the program commences, something like that.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so I was saying, I'm supportive of putting it in the pilot. I just wanted to get, I guess, a little more information. How long do we think the pilot's going to go, and what are the parameters if we put these bots in the pilot? For example, if they turn out to be very popular, the pilot's geographically limited, that sort of thing. So I'm just trying to get a little more information about what it means to be in the pilot.
This is Francie. I can jump in on timing. So the timing, as Councilmember Winter said, is roughly a year. It is, and George may want to jump in, but he's busy. If the council wanted to expand the ability to operate beyond the pilot, there is the ability that a company could be a participant in the pilot and have other operations in the city. It's not an either or. It could be a both and.
And then the other question I have is right now, and by the way, the mayor's perfectly right. These things travel so slow. I think the most they go is about a mile because nobody wants to wait more than 20 minutes. So that would mean they would be sort of spread out throughout the pilot area. I'm just curious. So are you going to work with the operators, Ms. Stefan, about, like in the downtown area, which is, somewhat different than Ocean Park, for example, in terms of congestion and, pedestrians and things like that? I mean, how do you envision any part of the net zero delivery pilot working in the downtown? I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of it.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, right? We have varying levels of pedestrian activity in parts of our city, and that's where the remote control gives us a certain amount of comfort, right? That with a sentient being at the helm, and certainly as communicated by the company to date, that that person is trained to have the devices be deferential to actual people on the sidewalk, that actually goes a long way to help in those different contextual situations. And as part of the pilot, I think the benefit there is the continuing conversation about operations and the forum through which we can resolve issues as they arise.
And what kind of outreach, and I'm putting you on the spot here a little bit, I apologize, but just generally, what kind of outreach do you anticipate for the pilot, both to businesses and residents, to say, here's what we're doing, you know, here's what you might see on the streets that you haven't seen before, that sort of thing?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, you know, we've done actually a fair amount of outreach already to businesses, to business districts, I should say. You know, we've had a couple conversations with DPSM staff, with Main Street staff, with Ocean Park Neighborhood Association and things, and different stakeholders in the community. So there's been outreach, but it's been more to just introduce the concept and to get people engaged and aware. And we have yet to take on this question of how to inform the public about what these things are. And that is something that, you know, would be logical to work with our, you know, communication staff and certainly our existing outreach channels through Seascape and social media to put the word out, and then also to work with our partners, right? I mean, the benefit of having DPSM and Main Street involved is that they have a reach that is also deep in the community, and to partner with them on that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I was just curious because I'm assuming some of the other things we might see are these UPS electric cargo bikes that are being used in other areas and things like that. So it's not just these bots. There may be a lot of things that we start to see on our streets that people haven't seen before, they're unfamiliar with.
Yeah, actually, you know, honestly, there's sort of reason to kind of just, I think people enjoy understanding what's going on in their context, as we have from informational signage that we have about irrigation and purple pipes and other things in the community that, you know, I think you raise a good point about just, you know, if there are curbside spaces, providing a little bit more contextual information and background, because people like to know what's going on.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Okay, so I have some proposed language that I can walk you through.
Let me try to expand our view of that, Mr. Cardona, and if you share your screen, I think we'll all see it.
Get myself sharing again. Okay, so we would differentiate between autonomous and remotely controlled delivery vehicle or devices. We would retain the moratorium from October 28th, 2020 through October 28th, 2021 for autonomous delivery vehicles or devices. And we would define autonomous delivery vehicles or devices to mean those devices that are guided and controlled without a human operator, either being there sitting or standing on the device or remotely, actively and physically controlling the movements of the vehicle or device. We would then define remotely controlled delivery vehicle or device to mean a motorized vehicle or device used to transport items, products, or other materials on city sidewalks that is guided and controlled with a human operator, whether while sitting or standing upon the device or remotely, actively and physically controlling the movement of the device. Then we would say that beginning January 1st, 2021 and ending October 28th, 2021, this would effect be the moratorium for remotely controlled delivery vehicles or devices. We would have a moratorium except for those that are operating as part of the pilot program being overseen in Santa Monica by LA Clean Tech Incubator. And then for those autonomous or remotely controlled delivery devices that aren't prohibited by this section, we would impose all of the safety requirements that we went through before.
Mr. Cardona, I think that's great, except the point was raised by the Mayor Pro Tem that what if the pilot program does not start on January 1st? Whether or not we can incorporate language that says, as Councilmember Hinrich suggested, either January 1st or such time as the pilot program commences. That was easy.
Should have been a lawyer, Ted. I don't think that's even what I said.
And obviously, I mean, to the extent circumstances change, staff can return to modify this as we move forward if something happens and modifications are necessary.
Well, that sort of gets to Councilmember Davis's point. What if, it turns out that the rest of the city starts clamoring for these things, right? We can make an adjustment.
Right. We could always come back and modify the terms of this as circumstances change, expand the moratorium, allow them in more areas of the city or other things. So can I ask if Francie has had a chance to look at that as well and whether she thinks that works too?
Yeah, that seems to work.
Okay. So, Mayor, I'm not sure if you want to have somebody remake a motion or if that's all friendly amendment.
Well, we have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Winterer, seconded by Councilmember Hara, as I recall. Since Councilmember Winterer directed the changes in language, I have to assume those changes are friendly to him.
Technically, there was a friendly amendment from the mayor to incorporate some sort of safety guidelines, right? Which we put in there.
Yeah.
But I still believe my motion is covered by the proposed draft ordinance.
And Councilmember Hara.
I am also good with that. Thank you.
So to summarize this for people who are trying to understand what we've done, we've said that once it's issued a business license that incorporates the safety rules as part of the license, this particular company can resume operations and then be part of the pilot program. So I guess the question in the long run is going to be how the safety rules work out, and that will be an iterative process, and I'm sure we will learn. I hope we don't learn painfully. I hope we learn constructively. The one question I'd have for staff before we vote, this is going to happen to us again and again. New technologies are going to come to us. And once again, we've had somebody begin operation without getting a business license, frankly, in part because we weren't prepared to issue a business license for that kind of business, which had never been thought of before. So what are we learning about our own nimbleness and flexibility and how we can have an open door to innovation so that rather than start operation on our streets without a license, people come to us and talk to us?
So, Mayor, I think I can address that question in part. As we work to get more and more nimble, I think you see here an improvement from where we may have been before. I will say you have the fastest interim city attorney in town. You have a mobility manager who is really dedicated to trying to bring these things forward, and across our city staff, a chief mobility officer who's really dedicated to trying to bring these things forward with her team, and a business license office that can help us. So what I would say to all of those innovators who are out there and entrepreneurs is please contact our business license office. Know that we want to work with you, but we want to do it safely. So help us to help you by making your disruptive technology happen as quickly as possible, but without the kind of disruption that moves us backwards, not forwards. We want to work with people. We want to work with you quickly, but contact our business license office and let us work with you quickly. We're here to do it, and we want to get safe, innovative products onto our street as quickly as possible. And the last thing I'll say, for those who are interested in our pilot zero emissions delivery program, I hope you will also follow me at Samo Manager on Twitter, because I'm about to tweet out additional information about that for people who are interested.
Well, thank you, and I have to agree about Quick Draw Cardona. That's been very impressive, not just tonight, but other times, how quickly he's been able to put up text to amend ordinances. And Mr. Cardona, you have your hand up.
Yes, I just want to make clear that this is not directed just at the company that is operating. So this ordinance will apply generally, so that if there are other companies that want to operate in that way, it will apply to them as well.
So the business license will be available to anybody else who wants to open a similar business under the same conditions.
Yes.
To clarify. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Ms. Anderson-Warren, we don't seem to be able to hear you.
Denise, are you with us?
The Dodgers.
It looks like she's unmuted and maybe having some struggle with audio. Nikki, are you with us?
I'm here. I'll call the roll. Hold on. Just give me a second. Okay. All right. Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winterer?
Yes.
Councilmember Har?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor McCune?
Yes, so that passes by 7-0, unanimous, but not autonomous. So of the City Council, we have to move on. 8A.
Oh, the day they come up with robot council members.
Well, we'll be remotely piloted though, so it's okay.
Don't give out any ideas.
Yeah, question is always who's doing the remote piloting. We don't seem to have a city clerk, so could the assistant city clerk please call item 8A?
Okay, we have a special joint meeting of the City Council, the Public Finance Authority, the Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority. So, Mayor, I'm going to reach out. I'm going to let you know that as the Public Financing Authority, you receive no compensation. As a Housing Authority, you receive $50. And as a Parking Authority, you receive $50. So I'm now going to call the roll. Commissioner Authority Member McCowan.
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member Himmelrich.
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member Winter.
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member Hara.
Here.
Vice Chair, Chair Pro Tem O'Day.
Present.
And Mayor Chair McCune.
Here, so as our multiply constituted bodies, we have a couple of things before us. Let's do the easy one first.
Okay, it's approval of the minutes of the Public Financing Authority. And there's
So
no
moved by Winterer.
Whoa. Let's just make sure that nobody, for some reason, has asked to speak on this item.
So there's no callers for this item.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Winterer.
Second.
And a second from Councilmember McCowan, I believe, in the Dodger cap. And I see no discussion, so we'll do a roll call vote.
Authority Member McCowan.
Yes.
Authority Member Himmelrich.
Yes.
Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Authority Member Winter.
Yes.
Authority Member Hara.
Yes.
Vice Chair, Chair Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Chair McCown.
Yes, so the minutes are approved by unanimous vote, 7-0.
Next, we have item 8B, and it's the fiscal year 2019-2020 year-end budget changes and fiscal year 2021 budget positions and compensation changes. And I know you have at least one caller for this item.
We've had a rather remarkable year, and as I watch other cities struggle with a hole that they unfortunately have dug ever deeper, I'm really grateful to the staff who's about to make this presentation.
Mayor, you have stolen my opening. I was asked whether I would begin this presentation, and I will only with my immense gratitude to our finance team, who has been under incredible pressure and done just an astoundingly good job here. And with that, I will turn it over to your Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Interim City Manager, and thank you, Council. We are going to be putting up a presentation in 1 second, and the presentation is going to be driven by Oscar Santiago, who is our new budget manager. He's been with the city for about 29 years, has been in many different departments, and is the perfect person to be taking us in our in the next phase as we recover. So I'll start off by just reminding everyone of what we're doing here tonight. Tonight we're going to be reporting on our budget performance through June 30th of 2020. Our annual audit is in progress, and the annual audit and the audited financials that we are auditing right now will actually show a broader view of our fiscal health, are going to be presented around the end of the calendar year or early next year. But tonight we're here to talk about budget performance. I don't think anybody needs to be reminded that these are unprecedented times, and that cities, especially cities like ours that are very reliant on tourism and visitors and retail, have been very impacted due to COVID, and we've been making do with nominal aid from the federal government. This slide that I have here may look familiar. This is a graphic that I showed you back in May when we first started reporting on what we were expecting to see over the next 2 years. This is where we are showing that we were expecting fiscal year 19-20, what we just finished, to result in a $48 million deficit in the general fund at the time, and that would go down to it would increase to $102 million deficit in fiscal year 2021, which is the year we're in now, and then decrease slightly to $74 million deficit in 21-22. We talked about the fact that we would need to have multiple strategies to be able to get through the next 3 years when we were seeing the worst dip. We were going to use $117 million in one-time funds, much of it from our reserves, to be able to fill in the short-term gap. We were also, and we did, restructure our budget dramatically, eliminating 421 full-time equivalent permanent and as-needed positions, and these were this was the restructuring that we did in order to make sure that our operations were, that we had operations sized to provide the social distancing and all the other restrictions that were required due to COVID, and also to respond to the budget crisis that we were seeing in front of us. We also, in using our one-time funds and restructuring our budget, lowering our general fund budget by almost 25% from one year to the next, we were able to set aside $20 million in reserves that would be used as a shutdown reserve in case we saw an extended or another very strict shutdown or lockdown like we had in the beginning of the COVID pandemic. So that is still in place, and we've set it up. And we were anticipating that we would be returning to pre-COVID revenue levels in about 4 or 5 years by fiscal year 24-25. And reminding everyone again that this is the worst, that we're seeing the worst economy since the Great Depression. And but we did develop a strategy to move forward. So in the next slide, it gets us to the good news that we have to report tonight. While we had anticipated a $48 million deficit back in May, we also had targeted $6 million in expenditure savings, mostly due to the fact that we had closures and we knew that we would be able to cut back our costs in those areas, and we were really shifting back to the most essential services. As the year ended, we were able to realize a little bit over our projections in our revenues by about $11.7 million, so that our shortfall that will need to be covered by reserves is $30 million. Basically what this does is it's allowing us to, it's allowing us to not have to spend about $11.7 million in reserves that we thought we were going to have to spend. So we have pretty much ended the year within our targets. The difference is about 3%, so that's pretty good when you're dealing with the size of our budget. And why did we end up having the overrealization of reserves, of revenues? One of the reasons that we can point to is that we had that earlier reopening. If you recall, our projections were based on the closures that we had for the pandemic being taking us all the way through June 30th, but we did have an earlier phased reopening back in June. We also saw less tax deferrals and late requests for payment programs happening in fiscal year 1920. And this is something that we don't know that this is going to carry through. The longer the pandemic is, the longer the shutdown, the partial shutdown that we have carries on, the more we anticipate that people will eventually get to that point where they will not be able to make their payments on time. So we are concerned about that. Also, the earlier reopening also kind of created, the closures then in July and August. So any good news we had at the end of last year is potentially kind of just shifting over to a potential negative consequence in fiscal year 2021. But we also believe that the economic recovery efforts that you heard about earlier tonight have helped us to stay within our targets and potentially do a little bit better last year. And we did see a little bit more activity than we had anticipated in our hotels at the end of last year, very limited occupancy, and a little bit more parking than we had anticipated. So that's the result of the $11.7 million in overrealized revenue. Looking ahead, as we are looking right now, we are going to come back to you at mid-year, but in the meantime, what we can tell you at the end of the first quarter of this fiscal year is that our revenues, our expenditures are tracking pretty much according to our projections. We feel like we're in a stable place right now. We made some very, very difficult decisions over the past 6 years, but they have put us on solid footing at this point to be able to get through what we believe is to be able to get through the years based on the budget that we have, and frankly, the fact that we have our $20 million shutdown reserve is also giving us that comfort to get through the year. One thing that I would say as we look at this year is that we're on stable footing right now. We're tracking within our revenue projections. However, as we start looking at the second set of 6 months, the second half of the year, we're anticipating that we had been looking at some growth happening, and we at this point don't know if that's going to happen. The uncertainty is there that I think everyone knows about. If things continue at the level that we're at right now, instead of growing during the second half of the fiscal year, we will start seeing a drop off from the revenues that we had forecasted. But at that point, we do have the shutdown reserve to help us along. So I think that's the end. If you can move to the next slide, please. So in terms of non-general fund, at the end of the year, our revenues in non-general fund funds were about $20 million more than our COVID-19 projections. We had also lowered our projections in those funds as well. As you can see from the items listed, these are concerning either sales or fees in our utility and our resource recovery and recycling funds, and also our wastewater. But they also are reflecting, and the reason for that is that we were anticipating more closures and more slowdown, and for the same reasons that we had higher revenues in the general fund because of the reopening and because of some economic recovery measures that we took, we've seen a little bit better performance there. In terms of airport rents and BBB leases, these were longer term agreements that didn't change as much as we had anticipated by the end of the year. And then we had we did see reduced spending in the non-general fund area as well. The only changes there that didn't happen were in community broadband and in our self-insurance fund due to some liability settlement payments. You can move to the next slide. So this slide starts to detail the adjustments that we are asking you to approve tonight. You'll notice that we have, at the end of the year, what we do is we do a lot of cleanup. So what we're asking you to do is, in most cases, transfer funds from our reserves into the budget in order to take care of things that we had set reserves aside for. For example, we are asking you to appropriate $29.6 million. It's a transfer from the general fund to our general liability fund. We had set aside these reserves. This was for a legal settlement. At the same time, the $2.4 million that you see on your slide is also funds that had been set aside in our reserves for items such as vacation cash outs, severance payments, items that are within the MOUs of our within our labor negotiation area. And by setting the money aside at the beginning of the year, for example, a vacation cash out, and a vacation cash out program actually increases the productivity of the city because people are saving their vacation versus potentially taking it off at some points. But by setting that money aside and not putting into the budget from the beginning, we don't see that as savings at the end of the year and use it up on different items. Instead, we set it aside as a liability that we need to pay. And when we know what the actuals are, we put it into the budget. So these are not really budget increases. They are literally just waiting to see what the actuals are and then adjusting the budget to cover them. And finally, the other large item that you see there is the transfer of the $24 million water settlement funds that you had authorized us to transfer from the water fund into the general fund in order to help us cover some of our deficits over the next year and a half or so. And the other side, in other funds, it's coming from the water fund. You can move to the next slide, please. In fiscal year 2021, our current fiscal year, we have some requests for changes as well. And once again, we have requests that are moving funds out of reserves and into the budget. The first one is similar to the $29.6 million item. We are transferring $9.8 million into the liability self-insurance fund, and this is for payments in excess of our liability program's ability to pay for a settlement. We also are setting aside a little bit more, $1 million more in in funds to cover unemployment claims due to the restructuring and the positions that were eliminated and the people that did lose their jobs as part of our restructuring. And we're also reappropriating some funds for projects and that had not been completed last year. Again, all these funds were set aside in reserves and are now put into the budget. I will note that you'll see that between the 9.8 and the $1 million in unemployment claims and the reappropriation, we get back to that about $11.5 million that we had set aside that we didn't need to use from reserves last year, but we will need it this year. So we are back to where we started. And I'm going to talk about the Federal CARES Act in the next slide, but we are asking you to appropriate $1.14 million in Federal CARES Act funds. These are the funds that were out of the initial, the early CARES Act stimulus funding that came through the state, and the state allocated it to cities. So I'll spend a little bit of time talking about these, what's on this list. So as I mentioned, we have $1.14 million. This is the entirety of the money that we've received from the federal government as stimulus funds. We've also received a little bit of money from FEMA, but that is to reimburse us for very specific costs that were above and beyond our budget. The CARES money came to us, again, to reimburse us for COVID-related costs, but these were mostly costs that were made through June 30th. So we were able to cover them, and so we have this additional money that we can use now to address some critical needs that we feel in areas that we need to make adjustments to ensure that we're delivering on the budget priorities that we committed to. And those are the clean and safe, to provide clean and safe services and spaces, to ensure that our emergency response is ready to deal with the current emergency, to continue our economic recovery efforts, and to focus on our community value of equity. So we have, if you look at the projects and the allocations that we have on this slide, you can break them out into several different areas. So in terms of clean and safe spaces, people, clean and safe foundational services, we are looking at the emergency response and personal protective equipment. That $159,000 is to make sure that we have supplies that potentially FEMA will not cover us for, and to make sure that we have enough for emergency response as we reopen and as we continue to go through our run our programs during the time of COVID. In addition, we're expanding our Health Ambassador program that opened recently, but this is an extension into our parks and further into our open spaces, especially as we're looking at reopening parks, to make sure that we have better and more monitoring of our park spaces. and ensure that they are clean for the community to use. We also are in the area of clean and safe. We're also purchasing a pressure washer so that we can further clean the areas around the pier and the beach, and in other areas that the pedestrians are using to make sure that everything is clean, that we've got, that we're following those. And if another area that we are looking at is making sure that we are focusing our outreach efforts and increasing our outreach efforts on our most vulnerable populations. We're setting aside $400,000 to look at various ways to respond to people who are experiencing homelessness, potentially looking at an alternative dispatch type of or alternative, emergency response operation, potentially working with the county on a pilot program. We also are expanding our homeless outreach by increasing our West Coast Care contract. And that for that specific item, I wanted to mention also that we are transferring the West Coast Care contract out of our police department and into our fire department so that there can be a little bit more of a connection with our Fire Station 7 personnel who are on the beach. West Coast Care is servicing the beach and our parks, and we believe that there is going to be a close connection between those two partners. We also are increasing our library pages to help to assist with library programming as library continues its curbside pickup program. And in another area, in terms of clean and safe community, we are increasing our weekend trash service as well. And finally, I wanted to mention that we are setting aside $280,000 in our economic recovery fund. A portion of that is going to go towards helping build those wooden walkways that we talked about during our economic recovery presentation earlier tonight on Ocean Avenue. If you could move to the next slide. And I believe our interim city manager is going to talk about this slide.
Yes, and Council, the one thing I'll add to your Chief Financial Officer's presentation is that the CARES money that you just saw is one-time money. So that is one-time money coming in from the federal government. It's not ongoing operating budget money. It's not ongoing general fund money that can be replicated each year.
That's correct.
I want to talk this evening about a proposal in the budget, which is to create a larger department focused on sustainable multimodal mobility in Santa Monica. As we've talked about, our city government, like organizations across the country, has been heavily impacted by the COVID pandemic. While we are proud to show a balanced budget tonight and that we are on solid ground for the future, this process for city staff has been exceptionally hard, both over the summer, but also on an ongoing basis as we operate with a budget that has been reduced by some 25%. In that, we are continually looking for ways that we can provide community services in a way that best uses the incredible talent that you have on this staff and the dedication that you have on this staff, but in a way that is smarter and that really looks at what are our opportunities to work together better. You saw the results of a great deal of that in the Economic Recovery Task Force report this evening, but there is more going on every day within the city organization to try to understand how we can best provide city services in our new circumstances. The big picture proposal that we are presenting to you this evening comes from early days when I came in as interim city manager and was faced with a number of big picture questions about the future of our goals around sustainable multimodal transportation, Monica, and how we could best respond in this moment in the pandemic and create as much opportunity for our community members to get out and use our most valuable asset, which is our outdoor public space and our public rights of way. In that, I was able to see, as your interim city manager, both the really relentless work of your mobility staff and their talent in working with individual businesses, in trying to envision work on our streets, and in trying to use all of our different tools together with pilot programs, as we discussed earlier tonight, to really think about how we are using our streets. You also saw the bike action plan from the mobility staff just at our last council meeting. I also saw exceptional capability on your Big Blue Bus team, but I saw that they were sometimes not fully at the table as we envisioned the ways we were using them, and that they were very, very able to obtain grant funding and to use some of their operational resources to move us forward during the pandemic. In that, a question that many people asked was how we could bring together our mobility, parking, taxi, and Big Blue Bus activities, and how we could elevate the work that we are doing around mobility and complete green streets. The idea that continually bubbled up was that we would combine the Big Blue Bus and our mobility division. What I learned is that this is not a new idea. Indeed, it's one that's been talked about in our community for many years in various formats. And it's also an idea, it's also a structure that is used in some cities such as San Francisco and Oakland. As we looked at that, and as we looked at where we are as a city staff, this to me is an idea that will increase your operational capability and bring together the vision, talent, and creativity of your mobility team, which is the team that has brought this city Main Street al fresco, much of our parklets program, Safe Routes to School, the Vision Zero Action Plan, and Take the Friendly Road campaign, Breeze Bike Share, which was the first of its kind in LA County, the Shared Mobility Program, the Go Samo Mobility Campaign, your Transportation Demand Management Program, and our Zero Emissions Delivery Zone that we discussed earlier this evening. With the tremendous success of your Big Blue Bus team, which operates a fleet of 189 vehicles, transporting 17,000 passengers daily across a 58 square mile service area, is a keystone of our sustainable city plan, is an alternative fuel operator that brought in its first zero emissions bus in 2019 and is on track for a fully electric fleet by 2030, and is the winner of many awards for marketing, customer service, safety, and efficiency, including being named multiple times as the American Public Transportation Association's Outstanding Transportation System. With this team, the advantages that we see is that you can elevate the city's vision for sustainable mobility by devoting an entire department to our innovative and forward-looking vision for multimodal sustainable transportation. You can better integrate the Big Blue Bus into that overall vision. You can leverage the Big Blue Bus's strengths in grant development and administration to obtain additional funding for transit and mobility projects, and leverage the mobility division and the Big Blue Bus's relationships with stakeholders, partners, funding agency, and private entrepreneurs to prioritize projects, allow for innovation, and provide seamless connections for our community members. You also have the ability to utilize Big Blue Bus technical and maintenance staff for quick project implementation and provide efficiencies in the delivery of services at the Go Samo Center, as well as to utilize community engagement and customer experience teams to brand and promote the multimodal mobility option. So questions have arisen in the community about what we are asking you to do tonight. What we're asking you this evening is to approve creating this larger department by moving the mobility division and parking operations in full into the department currently known as the Big Blue Bus. In this move, I want to be very clear that we are looking at no layoffs and no demotion. The divisions will be moved in full. Ed King would become the director of the new department with its broader mission. Francie Stefan would remain the city's chief mobility officer and assistant director of mobility in the new department. And the finance team has been consulted and engaged on the fund questions involved. The question has also arisen, what will remain to be done? And the answer there is quite a bit. We will need a community focus group process together with review of council priorities and city planning documents to ensure that the department remains on the city's already articulated path towards sustainable multimodal safe mobility. And we will initiate an internal collaboration process to bring these teams together to talk about how they can best work together, and particularly how they can work together and bring the strengths of both of their cultures to a new department and working relationship. And we would, through this clerks, boards, and commissions process, take very seriously any comments from you tonight regarding the community recommendations for a mobility commission and how that might work together with this department. So the question that's been asked is, why do this now? Our internal and external conversations point to this being the right direction for the city. And in this environment, we need to be more nimble and more efficient to innovate and to deliver programs and projects for our community. So we believe that there is large consensus that this will move us forward to achieve those goals, if we work together to find the solution. And the goal of the move tonight is to obtain your approval to move forward with a process that is very much focused on solution. So that is the proposal that is contained in the budget proposal tonight. And Gigi, with that, I will turn back to you.
Thank you. Okay, and I just have one more item to talk about, and that is that included in tonight's staff report is are also requests for some position changes, and you have a resolution as well for some title changes and salary changes. These are position adjustments that HR, our human resources team, has been working on. They're either reclassifications or equity adjustments, or in some cases title changes. But as you can see, we have 2 in the general fund. The net impact of $2,700 is already in the budget. 3 positions in our Big Blue Bus were looked at for reclassification and equity adjustments. And the net impact of those position changes is less than $20,000 that we are asking you to add to the budget tonight. And finally, within the general fund, in addition to the 5 position adjustments, we are asking for a decrease of 2 positions in the fire department. These were related to the restructuring and related to the work that was going on through labor negotiations. And when we were finally completed with the restructuring, we have these 2 positions. One is a staff assistant position and another one is a fire safety coordinator position that have been taken out of the budget. And with that, if you could change to the next slide, we have our recommended actions for you tonight. We are asking you to review the year-end financial status, to approve the changes to last year's to the fiscal year 1920 revised budget, make any changes to the fiscal year 2020-21, adopted budget, including the appropriation of the one-time CARES CRF funds, make the position classification changes, and adopt the resolutions to set new classifications and titles. And that completes my report.
Well, thank you very much. Let me try to get the images back so that we on the council actually see each other. Just as a matter of process, let me be clear that there's no further action from the Public Financing Authority. Its action was to approve the minutes. So it is essentially adjourned, although none of us get to go home because the other three bodies, the City Council, the Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority, have actions ahead of us on this item tonight. So turning to the council members and authority members, I know we have at least 9 people from the public waiting, but there are any questions at this point of staff on the presentation we just heard, starting with Councilmember Davis.
So on the allocation of money from West Coast Care, and then shifting them as an entire budgetary item from police over to fire, are they essentially going to be operating out of Fire Station 7 down at the beach? Is that what I heard?
I wouldn't say that they would be operating out of Fire Station 7, but I think that the fire department anticipates that the staff who are the teams that are operating out of the fire teams that are operating out of Fire Station 7 will be working closely with them.
And so can you fill me in? I know we've had some issues about the staffing of Fire Station 7. So where are we with that?
So the Fire Station 7 staffing, we have had 6 employees in fire working in acting positions throughout the pilot. We started the pilot in Fire Station 7 with the fiscal year 1920 budget. In order to have teams at Fire Station 7, a team is made up of a captain, an engineer, and 2 firefighters. And we need 3 shifts, so 3 of those teams. So what we've been doing since the beginning of Fire Station 7 is that we have had 3 firefighters working as acting engineers and 3 firefighters working as acting captains. And those positions have continued in that acting capacity. We have been planning to bring those positions up as part of the mid-year to correct the budget at that point and make Fire Station 7 permanent.
And so is the plan to do that in January, or is that something we need to do tonight to make sure that their interaction with West Coast Care is appropriate, or how does that work?
Well, we are poised to make those changes tonight if that is your preference this evening.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Questions from other council members or board members? Councilmember Hara.
I just have a clarification question. In reading the reinstatement for the Public Landscape Division and Resource, what are we reinstating, and are we talking about outsourcing?
So we, when we did our budget restructuring, a portion of our public landscape work is done by a contractor. We had cut back that work, and what we are asking to do right now is increase that contract again. We are not, this is not work that our employees, were doing before and they're going away. In fact, we are actually supplementing the work, keeping our employees, of course, and then supplementing and increasing the amount of work that's being done for trash pickup and cleaning that our contractor will do.
And this is strictly for the weekend?
This is what it's going to do is we had cut back the contract and we had our own staff doing the weekend trash service. So now we're bringing them back for the weekend trash service. If that means that with our staff and if our public works leadership feels like they need to move things around, move people around, that will go even beyond the weekend. That I think is going to depend on how the work pans out. But at this point, it's mostly related to the weekend service.
Okay.
Because that's when most of the garbage accumulates.
Okay, thank you. And then you are suggesting that we purchase a truck-mounted pressure washer. Do we have any right now? Do we have any currently?
We do. We have one, and that one, if it needs to be repaired, and apparently it's not a very new one, so it require a bit of repairing. When that's down, we don't have anything. So we want to have another one that we can work with as well.
Okay. And I think you answered my question in regards to the ambassadors expanding. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Winter.
So mobility goes into BBB. Do we anticipate at some point that department will be renamed to more fully reflect its broader ambitions and operations?
We do. Yes. That department, and I don't know if Ed King is with us and wants to answer the timing on that, but yes, we absolutely do anticipate that department will be renamed as this.
Maybe we should have some sort of contest to engage the public.
I am here.
Free BBB tie with bus routes on it, which I've seen Ed wear before.
I am here and ready to answer any and all questions. And just to follow up, good evening, Mayor McEwen and council members. We are going to rename the department, whether we call it a Department of Transportation or a Department of Transit Services and Mobility. Maybe putting it out to the community is a good idea to get some feedback on what we reimagine our department being titled.
So I'm just going to ask, I'm sort of curious, what happens if we rename the department? Does that reset departmental seniority among the staff? What do we do when we merged HED and PCD into a new department?
It is so, council member, I can address this question because it has been one that has been causing us consternation. So city seniority works in two ways. One is the seniority with the city and one is seniority within the department. It is true that mobility staff moving into the Big Blue Bus, which is the way this is formally structured, it does reset the departmental seniority. The way in which that matters is if your classification overlaps with someone else. And if we are in the terrible position of doing layoffs, which I want to be very clear, we hope to never, ever be in again. But there essentially, we believe there are approximately 3 members of the mobility team who have the same classification as members of the Big Blue Bus team. So it is those 3 individuals who would be impacted and would have seniority less than individuals that are in the Big Blue Bus.
And is there any way to address that when we rename the department, or it just is what it is per our code?
We have been talking about that. I don't know. I don't believe HR is on the line, but certainly if you directed us to try to find a way to address that, we would. There were many difficult things about the process we went through in June. The bumping process was among the worst of it. So certainly this is something we could try to address as we move forward.
Well, I'm just glad to hear that it's on your radar and you're thinking about it, and I just want to reiterate what you said. I hope to never go through that layoff process again. Assuming I'm on the council next year or in future years, but yeah, that was excruciating. It's difficult for all of us. So thanks for that.
I think if we took a straw poll, we would all wish never to have to do that again. Once in a lifetime is one time too many for me. Councilmember,
work every day to make sure that we won't have to. Do everything we can.
Councilmember Hara.
I just want to follow up a little bit on Councilmember Winter's. Will the staff be moving physically?
Ed, do you want to address that? That is one that, yes, that is one that is under conversation internally to try to determine the best structure.
Yes, there's no plan right now, Councilmember Hara, to move anybody. We are going to start a series of transitional meetings with our colleagues in mobility and evaluate what works best for everybody and how to really establish a collaborative work environment. I know many of the mobility staff are working remotely, so I want to assure them this evening there is no plan for that staff to come back to any of the city facilities right now. And as a matter of fact, I mean, we are an essential department and we do require specific positions here to report to work every day. But Big Blue Plus does have staff that is teleworking as well. So we'll continue to do that until we make our way down the road and figure out good solutions on how to bring back people into the workplace citywide.
Thank you.
If you're done, I'm sorry, thought you were done. That brings up another question, following up on the questions from Council Members Winterer and Hara. In this move to another department, our city is, of course, almost universally unionized. Will these employees be changing bargaining units and going from one department to a new one?
I do not have HR on the line, so I want to be cautious in answering this question that I have not spoken with them. I don't anticipate that because we are not changing classifications as part of this. The goal is to do this in the least disruptive manner possible, but in a way that really increases our ability to collaborate and work together and really envision a complete Green Streets future.
Okay, I don't see any further questions from the council. I'll give it a beat here. I know we have a number of people from the public who have some input they'd like to make. So let me turn to the city clerk and our telephone team and open the public hearing on item 8B.
While they're doing that, Mayor, may I make one quick clarification, which is that we are bringing city staff in to City Hall as necessary to provide community services. Those who can provide full services from home are providing services from home. Those who need to be on site to serve the community are on site, and that will be true in this department as in all departments.
Thank you for that clarification. So with the public hearing open, let's go to the phones. How many calls do we have?
We have. I'm sorry, Denise, go ahead.
Oh, we have 7.
Transferring Juan Matute.
Juan Matute, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, council members, long-time listener, first-time caller. There are 3 compelling issues why a broad group of current and former commissioners, board, and community members suggest council establish a mobility commission. First, accountability and transparency. The Big Blue Bus is the largest transit agency in California without a dedicated oversight board. A mobility commission would provide that dedicated oversight. Second, it provides scrutiny of mobility goals. Cars create 63% of the community's greenhouse gas emissions. One council goal is to reduce those emissions 80% over the next decade. Another council goal, Vision Zero, is to eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries in the city. Because today, somebody is killed or severely injured every 12 days on average on our streets. A mobility commission would oversee all the actions and steps needed to reach your policy goals. And finally, your council priorities. Mobility is a priority for the city, but council is going to be focused on budget issues and economic recovery for years. A mobility commission's job would be to do the work needed and to create good public policy and support for actions that improve congestion, improve quality of life, and improve our environment. It's the work that must be regular and practical to reach your goals. This would be a commission to assist council and the planning commission by offloading specific agenda items and discussions. And the proposal that I've submitted is a draft, specific but meant to be changed by staff and council before adoption. Supporters of this proposal, which include 4 of the past 5 planning commission chairs, support the idea of a commission more necessarily than the specifics in the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Sean Landris.
Sean Landris, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Sean Landris. Although I am chair of the Planning Commission, I'm speaking as an individual. And I'm calling tonight to say first to offer thanks to the city manager for her and to Mr. King for their willingness to meet so quickly with Vice Chair Lisa Pastor and me regarding the merger proposal. And I understand that the city manager has done extensive outreach. And I really do appreciate the need to move quickly and nimbly here to create an integrated Department of Mobility. And that's what motivates my call tonight to make a few specific requests. I do support in concept the proposal for the Mobility Commission that has been circulating for many years and most recently brought to you just tonight by Juan Matute. I think it would be very helpful that you direct that this merger be brought to the Planning Commission for public and commissioner comment before the personnel reorganization comes back to council in January. We really need to see a real work plan for integration of all the mobility tools, and having that public input and process would enable a longer conversation than you can have tonight. There's a different customer base. The Big Blue Bus serves 58 square miles and primarily commuters and adult students. Santa Monica Mobility serves 8 square miles of residents and commuters and young students who are biking and walking and busing and skating to school. We do need to make sure that there's a structure for ongoing regular coordination between mobility and city planning, and I want to bring up 2 specific issues. One is we do need a commitment from the new department to be fully at the table for our discussions about the housing element that are coming. We have a really progressive land use and circulation element, and we need to keep the LU and the C really closely linked together. Finally, we do need to make sure that we have continued department engagement in development agreements and large development review permits, as they do have significant circulation.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Isn't it interesting you again overspend and cry poor mouth, and while continuing to whine about not getting more federal funding? Examples of your financial practices would be on page 5 of the staff report, where for capital projects, you overestimate the cost to keep almost $120 million in funds hidden. But then in revenue on page 9 and 10 of the staff report, under significant revenue variances, it would appear that you underestimate or lowball revenue estimates to what is actually taken in for city services. And then there's the repetition of the phrase, however, usage and payments did not slow as expected, or your assumptions were wrong, showing again you're not very good business people. Then I saw the estimates for the economic recovery due to the COVID-19 pandemic being 2024, but I saw no estimate for a full economic recovery after the riot and looting May 31st, 2020. which I believe is closer to 10 years. Next, there's another $300,000 to continue putting out more outdoor dining areas, with unmasked people not being 6 feet away from residential buildings' front doors. For more information, please refer to my consent calendar presentation this evening, and I don't think your new wooden sidewalks will alleviate this concern. And how could I forget, since the city is its own bank, if I remember correctly, the reason you put the grant funds for the Housing Authority into the general fund was because you were trying to make the general fund look like there were more funds in it, like you will be doing with the water settlement funds. In ending, since you are a let's shove it under the rug and act like it didn't happen city council who can't live within their means over and over again, I hope everyone considers voting no on both local measures SM and AB, because how much more does a financially irresponsible city council need for its slush fund, really? Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Bert Champagne.
Bert Champagne, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you so much. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Bert Champagne, and I'm a strong supporter of Santa Monica's for Democracy. I'm calling on the budget item 8B. I was calling you regarding back in June, there was talk about the police budget, and you said it would be brought up in September. Then the Public Safety Advisory Committee did an amazing report on ways to cut the police budget by $8 million. They've not met again since that report was done, but you told the City Council, told the city employees and the interim city manager to look into ways of using those funds. Currently, nothing has been done. Mayor McCune, you told us that in October we would be looking at the new budget and we'd be able to reallocate money. But to date, nothing has been changed. It is the end of October, so now we're kicking this into November. We're already a quarter of a way through the new budget. What can we do to make this easier for you? Let's not wait another year and let this go by. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Transferring Manuel Vasquez.
Manuel Vasquez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Esteemed council members, as a Santa Monica resident and an organizer for Santa Monicans for Democracy, I've watched in anticipation over the last few months in the hopes that you, our elected representatives, would take action to address the abhorrent example of police misconduct that took place at the Black Lives Matter protest on May 31st. You collectively have stated over and over again that you intend to take a progressive stance in light of these times of great political and social change in an attempt to pacify us, your constituents. It has done little to back these hollow statements. The combination of these social political movements and the impact of COVID-19 has spurred you to commit to reevaluating our budgetary priorities, where we have seen you cut down on nearly every department save the police, where you have promised to strengthening social services and programs to support our youth of color. You have instead increased our police budget through thinly veiled initiatives. You have done nothing with the plan offered by the Public Safety Advisory Committee to lower SMPD's budget, nor have you even seen to it that they meet with your city's staff in September. We are your people, your neighbors. Stop giving us the runaround. Protect and serve us, as all branches of our governance are meant to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jamie Smith.
Jamie Smith, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, City Council. I'm commenting on the proposal to merge mobility into Big Blue Bus. I ask you to question whether it is worth giving Big Blue Bus leadership a larger department and expanded responsibilities given their history with their staff in opposition to the mission of the Black agenda and social equity. First, there has been at least one lawsuit in 2017 alleging a hostile work environment. Secondly, in 2018, during a council meeting discussing the future of Big Blue Bus, motor coach operators, many of whom are Black and Latinx, provided public comment. A reoccurring theme was that they felt their voices and feedback were not heard by management, even though they work on the front lines. It indicates that many people of color working at Big Blue Bus have not felt empowered and listened to. The lawsuit example may also indicate a hostile work environment. The information I've cited is in the public record. This is not new. When we come to this year, where you, City Council, passed the Black Agenda and asked staff to, I directly quote, take action to eradicate racism in city government. If you do in fact support eradicating racism in city government, then why would you expand the responsibilities of Big Blue Bus leadership? You've heard from some of their staff and seen from at least one lawsuit that there's an environment that does not empower most of the Black and Latinx voices and does not align with the city's goals to foster an inclusive and anti-discriminatory environment. It is reasonable to merge these transportation functions, but you should look into whether you're rewarding department leadership that may not support your goals, inclusion, and equity. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last caller on this item.
Thank you. And before I officially close the public hearing, I'll make the traditional one last check in case somebody just slid in and is sitting on hold.
That was the last caller.
Okay, with that verified, that closes the public hearing on item 8B. It brings it back before the council. Council, before we enter into discussion, we'll have questions. When we get to discussion, just so you understand what's before us, we have two sets of motions, two basic chunks of decision making. The first is by the council, the housing authority, and the parking authority, and that'll be to approve the changes to the budget as detailed and approve changes to the adopted budget, including the appropriation of the CARES funding. And then there'll be a second motion by the council itself, reviewing the city's year-end financial status, giving direction, and adopting a resolution about new classifications and salary rates. So we'll try to divide the discussion down into those two segments. But first, are there any questions that were brought up by the public comment? Councilmember Davis.
Sorry, having some trouble with the mute and unmute button. So we had a couple of callers ask about the police budget issue. I know we had a discussion about that at a previous meeting, but maybe this is a good time for staff to just sort of recap where we are with that so that people are aware it's not, hasn't fallen by the wayside.
Yes, Councilmember, I appreciate the question. You did provide clear direction that the trajectory of the city budget should be to look closely at our community services and how the city services overall contribute to well-being, that we should be looking at alternate response as and various proposals there, and that we should be looking at proposals to shift money within the budget, and that in all of that we should be guided by the Public Safety Reform Commission report, though I think that there was some acknowledgement that the size of the shift recommended by the committee report was daunting for an immediate change. Here is where we are on those things. First of all, I am very pleased to tell anyone who did not see the news that former Police Chief Jacqueline Seabrooks was sworn in yesterday at 2 p.m., at approximately 2 p.m., as the interim chief of the Santa Monica Police Department. Chief Seabrooks is reviewing work that is being done consistent with council direction, and that work is occurring across a couple of different streams. I don't want to go too far into this because it's not all related to the agenda item, but we do have work streams on all of the direction that you gave us. We will also look to the budget and look in specifics in areas where the police department budget may be able to be adjusted. That work is underway, and areas where we need to be providing further community services. So you do see tonight the only real programmatic change that's being recommended to you is lifting up the library through one-time addition of library pages. to support curbside and to get our librarians focused on education equity and well-being through the services they provide. So that is a bit of where we are. I can answer any further questions, but it is under review with the police chief and the department. And the other thing I want to mention, the $400,000 we are recommending to you as part of the CARES Act funding would be, we hope, devoted to an LA County pilot program. We are in conversation with LA County and would like to pilot with the county a novel alternate response program that would be focused on mental health services. So that work is very much underway, and what you see us asking for this evening is $400,000 to ideally work with the county on a pilot alternate response program that could be expanded from there.
Okay, great, thanks. And then the other question I have, sort of shifting gears a little bit to the mobility issue. I think I heard some concern during the public comment about, how do we take one department or group of people that's been sort of committed to one group of services and another group of people who've been committed to a very different group of services, regional bus system versus, local mobility, pedestrian safety, that sort of thing. And how do we merge them in such a way that the integration is beneficial and doesn't shortchange either one? And I know San Francisco and Oakland seem to have successfully done this, but I'm just wondering, if our staff's given any thought to, I heard Ed say they were going to start to do some discussions around it, but I'm wondering if there's anything more concrete we can hear about, how we're going to make sure that this is an efficient integration and not, at the end of the day, somehow bus service doesn't get shorted or our other initiatives regarding local mobility don't get shorted.
Councilmember, I appreciate that. I will turn to Ed in a moment because I think it's important that you hear from him as well. But what I want you to hear from me, I have heard concerns that our mobility work would be effectively swallowed because the Big Blue Bus currently has larger staff and a larger budget. We are very aware of the council imperatives, and I want to be clear that mobility work in this city cannot be swallowed because you make it clear time and time again that it is one of your very top priorities. So regardless of the size of staff or budget, there is a council imperative that comes through the city manager's office as well, that we work together on transportation, and that is the imperative that we are working to better accomplish here. And with that, let me turn to Ed.
Thank you, Lane. So a couple of comments. One is that you know us mainly as a sub-regional, fixed route, public transit provider. But I want to remind the council and the audience that we've also been innovative here in providing things like Blue at Night, our mobility on demand every day for our seniors and elderly population here in the city. And, at the end of the day, the mission for providing integrated multimodal service to this community and to the west side of Los Angeles. The benefit of this integration of the two teams is that we envision that we'll learn from the mobility group and they can learn from us. We can leverage the funding that we receive and seek additional funding, whether it's federal, state, or local. And we can apply a lot of the best practices that the mobility team has done here in the city and extend those out beyond the city border to benefit our neighboring communities, whether it's LA or LA County or Culver City. So a lot of work has to be done in this area, and the transition starts later this week with a meeting of myself and the mobility team and assistance from the city manager's office to help facilitate this. Anuj Gupta is going to join us in these transition meetings. And then both of our staffs are going to meet next week to really start the collaborative process to address, our priorities and how to best get started.
And then one last question. So we've heard about the potential for creating a mobility commission. Is staff open to that? And how would you envision going about it if council gave direction to say we'd like to have or explore the possibility of a mobility commission? How would you go about doing that?
Well, I'll start out and then I'll hand off to Lane if she has further comments. We are absolutely open to it. I think it would be a tremendous benefit to have an oversight commission to help us and to help the council with process and direction. I also want to add that because Big Blue Bus does provide a majority of service outside the city, that the council would consider extending an invitation to potentially the two council districts on the west side, CD11 and CD5, because we do a lot of work with those two offices, especially with Councilmember Bonnet's office. As you're aware, right now we're working on the extension of the Lincoln Corridor. We've done a lot of really great work with Councilmember Bonnet's office on that project and other mobility projects, and helping us with bus stops and bus stop amenities for our customers. So, but overall, we're very open to the idea of a commission, and would work with the council and our stakeholders here in Santa Monica to determine what's the best number and how are those people selected from what areas of the community and the stakeholders and the partners that we have now, both in mobility and at Big Blue Bus.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any. So again, let me try and help us divide this into the two parts. We have to do two different motions as different sets of bodies. The first has mostly to do with what you'll find in appendices A and B of the staff report and packet. That is a motion from the council, the housing authority, and the parking authority to first approve the changes, the fiscal year 2019-2020 revised budget, and then to approve the changes the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget, including the CARES appropriation and how we're going to disperse those funds. And I'm assuming from what staff has told us that the combination of the departments will actually be part of the second motion. Can I confirm that will be the city council review of the status and adoption of a resolution establishing new classifications, or would you prefer we do that as part of this first motion? You are looking for direction from us on that, right?
Maybe it should be part of the first motion because it's not really part of the resolution.
Happy to do it that way. So that is before the council.
Unless it was part of the, let me see if it should be part of attachment D.
I don't think it's part of attachment D. I think it's actually part of the first motion because it's the adopted budget and the revised budget.
I believe it is part of attachment D where we transfer the position and classification changes. So if that is a separate motion, then I think that would have to be with that. But George, you know.
Let me take a quick look and I'll get back to you.
We should hold that for when we're voting as the council, not all three. If you change your mind, I guess we could always go back and have a third motion. But let's try to focus then on the motion that's called for from the three bodies, council, housing, and parking, having to do with adopting the changes to last year's budget and to the proposed budget. And that's before the council, with Councilmember Winter having his hand up.
Yeah, following up on that question, Councilmember Davis had a discussion earlier about making the Fire Station 7 acting positions permanent. And so I guess if we want to do that, would that be done in this first round, first motion?
Gigi, could I ask you to answer that? Do you know the answer to that?
Because we're adding budget, then I believe that it would be part of that first motion. We're actually adding $348,100 to make that change.
But that is, just to clarify, money we're already spending, or essentially it's a technical maneuver for
That's
budgeting purposes. We're not all of a sudden spending extra money on Fire Station 7. We are spending that money.
We're already spending that money. However, we will need to appropriate that budget at some point, either now or at mid-year. It is a correction, a budget correction.
And I apologize, attachment D does contain the shift in positions from into BBB, so that would be the merger.
Okay, thank you. So that'll be part of the second motion.
So I will make a motion that we approve the staff recommendations on the changes to the 1920 revised budget as detailed in attachment A, and approve the changes to the 2021 adopted budget, including the appropriation of CARES Act funds received as detailed in attachment B, with two modifications, one of which is, as I just discussed, we make those positions which enable us to serve the public at the beach at Fire Station 7 permanent, and also that we take $20,000 from the Economic Recovery Fund and use that to augment the increase of $30,000 to West Coast Care to $50,000. I think that's consistent with economic recovery to have a clean and at least feeling safe to the public beach and pier area. As Councilmember Hemmerich mentioned, getting the pier back up and running is important, and I think West Coast Care is doing a good job of addressing the homeless situation in that area.
Davis, second.
Okay, so motion by Councilmember Winterer that has just been seconded by Councilmember Davis. And I do not see any hands raised for further comment, do I? I do not. Could we call the roll on that, please, of all three bodies? This will be the council, the housing authority, and the parking authority.
Okay, Vice Chair Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Councilmember Hemmerich. Yes. Commissioner Authority Councilmember McCollum.
Yes.
And Chair Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So those approvals are done unanimously by 7-0 vote of all three bodies, the council, the parking authority, and the housing authority. Now, council, what's left is a motion by us as the city council, specifically this time reviewing the city's year-end financial status, so any comments on that, and adopting the resolution that is provided that establishes new classifications and salary rates for various positions. And again, this will be relevant to material in attachments or appendices C and D in the packet. So that is before the council. If no discussion, a motion is in order.
I'll move the staff recommendation. And do we need clarification on the transfer of the 31.5 FTEs from PCD to BBB, or is that incorporated in attachment D?
That would be incorporated in the staff recommendation.
And now we'll just move the staff recommendation.
Hemmerich seconds.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Winterer that has been seconded by Councilmember Hemmerich. And I do not see any further hands on this motion. So clerk would call the roll of the city council.
Councilmember McCollum.
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich. Yes. Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so the city council has approved those actions in that motion by a 7-0 unanimous vote. And at this point, we are done with being the Housing Authority and the Parking Authority. So, council members, we can take off those two hats and toss them in the air to celebrate the Dodgers' victory tonight and move on to the next item.
Mayor, I think there were a couple of hands up.
Yeah. I'd like to make another motion, Mayor. I'd like to move that we give direction to the city manager and the director of the Big Blue Bus to explore the possibility of instituting a mobility commission to oversee the activities of the new department.
Second, by Davis.
That's been moved by Winter, seconded by Davis. Just to clarify, was that part of the staff recommendation, or is that something we need to do as a separate motion?
That was not part of the staff recommendation. We are open to it, but would need to bring it back as we consider boards and commissions generally, likely. But the motion is fine. We can certainly work.
And the motion was then necessary, and I appreciate your stopping me before we move forward. So that motion is now on the floor. Is there discussion on that? The understanding, as just expressed by the interim city manager, is that this will be part of the consideration of our boards and commissions generally, which is already underway. So it's not going to happen tomorrow, just so people don't expect to apply for a commission in tomorrow's mail. I see no further discussion. It's before the council, and we're ready for a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich. Yes. Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon.
Yes, so affirmative direction on the Mobility Commission is given by unanimous vote of the council, 7-0. Are there any other directions or motions the council wants to make before we move on? I don't see any, so we'll move to our 13 items.
Item 13A is recommendation to accept Hans Bauman's resignation from the Urban Forest Task Force and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy. And there are no speakers on this item.
Move to accept with regret.
Second.
Okay, by the Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and seconded by Councilmember McCowan. So this is a motion and a second from two individuals wearing what appear to be world champion Dodgers caps.
It was actually second by Councilmember Hara.
Oh, see, that ruins my whole thing about the Dodger caps. Okay, sorry. It's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and
the World Series tattoo.
And the Dodgers won the World Series anyway. Is there any discussion on the motion? We'll go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich. Yes. Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon.
Yes. So that resignation is accepted with regret by unanimous vote of the council. 7-0 moves us on to 13B.
13B is request of council members Davis, McCowan, and Winter to use $5,000 of council discretionary funds to provide the Main Street Business Improvement Association, a community benefit nonprofit, with a $5,000 matching challenge grant to support the 2020 recreation of the beloved public art installation, the shopping cart holiday tree on Main Street. $5,000 will be released once matching funds are raised. This grant is a one-time only grant to help preserve this longstanding Main Street tradition in this extraordinary year, and you have no callers for this item.
Which of the council member sponsors wants to take the lead on this? Councilmember Davis, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I'll start out. I think everyone is aware that for many, many years we've had the wonderfully amazing shopping cart tree built at the Edgemar Center on Main Street. And it is traditionally or has habitually been funded by the landowner because it is on private land. However, this year, because of the COVID-19 crisis, the property owner is unable to provide the funds. So there are many people within the Ocean Park and Main Street business community who are trying to raise money. The total needed is approximately $40,000, as I understand it. And this idea was to provide an incentive for residents and businesses to contribute by providing a $5,000 matching grant. It's not to set any precedent or say that next year we'll be providing anything, but in this extraordinary year when I think we all could use a little cheer like Dodger World Series wins, I think not having such a strong Main Street tradition would be a real loss for the community and would really cast a pale over the holidays here in Santa Monica. So I think something we can do to generate contributions to the shopping cart Christmas tree fund would be, I know it would be welcome, and I think it would be an important move to preserve the holiday spirit in what could otherwise be dismal times.
Council members McCowan or Winter, anything to add? Probably not necessary. Has anybody called in since we began the item?
No, there isn't.
All right, so there's no public hearing on this item. We can go to a motion and a vote.
I move the item.
Second.
So that has been moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember McCowan. No further discussion. We can go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor McKim?
Yes, so the allocation of that funds is approved unanimously by a 7-0 vote of the council. And that concludes our regular agenda, but it does move us on to public input. The clerk would call for that.
Public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And you do have one caller.
Well, let us open the public hearing on public comment and hear from that caller.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to give everyone some things to think about for the upcoming local election. Take Ted Winter's flyer I received in the mail, saying he wanted to steer a steady recovery for COVID-19 by keeping City Hall closed at least 10 months until January 2021. So are the residents being served? Really? And considering the steady decline in the residents' quality of life within the city, one does have to wonder why it even used the term. Next, Terry O'Day's new flyer, claiming Terry O'Day was Santa Monica's leading voice for the environment, not the residents, which can be seen by his votes. And, of course, the flyer is from Santa Monica Forward, an organization he's a founder of. Then there's Glenn Davis, who's been here for her husband's company, Dell, so the Miramar could get through the city council easily, as well as her sitting at the downtown Santa Monica Inc. board table as city council liaison, I think says it all. She's also not for the residents. And finally, Anna Hara, who seems only to be here for the benefit of her family and flu, and not for the residents. In addition to all the council members listed above, have also voted for the Plaza and the Miramar, once again putting money for their special interests above the wishes and quality of life for the residents. Another example would be the riot and looting May 31st, 2020, which the update article in the October 23rd, 2020 Santa Monica Daily Press was very weak and made the Santa Monica Police Department look very disorganized, especially because of the rioting and looting the night before, as well as disregarding the social media posts. And we still don't know who gave the stand-down order. For all these reasons, I encourage everyone to consider voting for the slate of 8, because we really need a change from the City Council, who represents their special interests and not the residents' wishes. Thank you.
Thank you.
See if any more calls have come in, please.
No, that was the only caller.
Well, that'll end the public hearing and end public comment for tonight on item 14, and further, it effectively ends our meeting. I just want to remind everybody, next Tuesday night we won't be meeting. It's a very important day. Please vote. Our next City Council meeting will be on November 10th at 5:30. Until then, this meeting of October 27th, 2020 is adjourned. Have a good night. And congratulations, Dodgers.